Hello, I'd like to call the meeting to order. Ely, can you do roll call first?
Hikino, Chair Cam,
Aye, mahalo, Ely.
Vice Chair White,
Present.
Member Agas,
Here, and I am alone.
Mahalo Nui, Member Arakawa,
Here.
Member Ching,
Here.
Member Downey,
Here.
Member Paishan Duarte,
Ill.
Member Iona,
Present.
Member McCully, Member Menor McNamara is excused. Member Rafter is excused. He'll be joining us a little bit later. And Member Zane.
Aloha, I'm present. I'm alone.
Mahalo Nui. Chair.
Okay, mahalo, Ely. Go to agenda item number 3, the Vehana with the opening cultural protocol. Kalani?
What I want to open with this morning really is an opportunity for us to reflect on the month of May. We often know and grow up in Hawaii that May Day is Lei Day in Hawaii. And so as we wrap up the month of May, I want to just give us a point of reflection to think about that, what it embodies, how we put all our good energy into making Lei, sharing Lei with one another, and all the occasions that we do so. We've had many graduations in the building, lots of things going on, and so Lei are abundant for us right now. And so it's a really good time for us to think about that. The other thing I want to introduce into our thoughts as we prepare, we're about 2 years away from the 100th anniversary of celebrating May Day in the way that we think about it. 1921, I think, or excuse me, 23, excuse me. Let me back up. It is 2023, and we're 2 years away from when we think about how we celebrate May Day, the island colors, all of those things really were from the visitor industry way back when. And so we have a kuleana today to keep it going, keep it alive. We do it across our markets across the globe, and obviously here home in Hawaii. If you have ever participated in a May Day school program, that's another great place for us to bring people together. I remember mine at Ka'ohao School in Ka'ohao today was a great opportunity because a lot of the kids that attended that school were not from Hawaii. And they got to learn about Hawaiian culture. They got to learn about the Aloha spirit. And they got brought into the fold through programs like May Day programs. And so all the hands that make those things possible, we want to say mahalo to you out there across DOE and private schools who still keep that tradition alive, because it's a really important reminder for us of the Aloha that we get to share on a daily basis, even though we call it out a little bit more special in May. I also want to get our thinking around Kamehameha as we head into the month of June and we begin to celebrate Kamehameha Day and his leadership for us in the Hawaiian Islands, and what example that gives us when we think about his Mamalahoi, the law of the splintered paddle. How do we take care of one another? How do we ensure that we bring balance and pono to everything that we do for the prosperity of everyone? And I think that's the conversation happening not only with this board, but at the legislature, at every level of government, city, state, and federal. How do we find a balance? How do we manage our destination? How do we continue to educate visitors? And so with all of those mana'o this morning, I want to open you with my usual chant that I composed back in 2008 from my home in Kailua. And so think about your places, take this opportunity to reflect on what brings you joy and what aloha we might share. Mo kua ela ka pavo kea, I ka makalai ihi o Kailua, au akula o lala I ka hukai, kani ka pahu ka pua kuali, li I ka pua kea I mololani e. O lali mai nā vai kai li kai, I ke kai vili au a kanalo ai. Pū pū mai loa hiki, noho ke a kai ka wainui, e I lau hoi ka hoi koa, o ka hoi o ka hia ke aloha. Ua I ke aloha.
Mahalo, Kalani. Go to agenda item number 4 and the approval of the meetings. Minutes. Have a motion?
So moved, Chair.
Second?
Second.
Okay. Ely?
Chair Cam,
Aye.
Vice Chair White.
Aye.
Member Agas,
I,
Member Arakawa,
Aye.
Member Ching,
Aye.
Member Downey,
Aye.
Member Paishan Duarte,
Aye.
Member Iona,
Aye.
Member McCully,
Aye.
Member Menor McNamara is excused. Member Rafter is excused. Member Zane.
Aye.
Motion carries, Chair.
Mahalo, Ely. Go to agenda item number 5, and it's report of permitted interactions at informational meetings or presentations not organized by the board under HRS section 92-2.5C. Were there any permitted interactions? Okay, given that there are none, we'll go to agenda item number 6, and that's the report of the Chief Executive Officer, Chief Administrative Officer, and Chief Brand Officer. John?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to tie Kalani's blessing, I also wanted to add that on June 11, he will be heading the HTA delegation to the capital, nation's capital, and one of the highlights is the lei draping of the Kamehameha statue, where he'll be joining the full Hawaii delegation, which I believe is headed by Senate President Ron Kochi, and of course, President of the Chamber of Commerce, Sherry Manor. So thank you for doing that, Kalani. This morning, Mr. Chairman, we're going to add a component and take it out of sequence, primarily because we have some time constraints with one of the presenters. We've invited the DMAP team from Kauai to provide an update. And while Caroline comes to the front, I wanted to read a letter that I received on April 23rd from Mayor Kawakami. It is a copy of a letter that he sent out to all legislative leaders. The County of Kauai supports the continued work of the Hawaii Tourism Authority as it manages tourism in a sustainable manner, consistent with economic goals, cultural values, preservation of natural resources, community desires, and visitor industry needs. With the success of their marketing and branding over the last 2 decades, HTA has shifted their focus with the development of a change management plan incorporating the principles of Mālama Ku'uhome. The core of their plan centers around natural resources, Hawaiian culture, community, and brand marketing. As part of HTA's focus on community, each island developed a steering committee comprised of residents and a cross-section of community and business members to build a roadmap directing the future of tourism on each island in Hawaii. I am proud of the work of the Kauai Destination Management Action Plan led by our Kauai Visitors Bureau and our County of Kauai Office of Economic Development, which identifies our strengths and opportunities as well as our weaknesses and threats. Further, the Kauai DMAP identifies 6 objectives and 10 priority actions to achieve its goals and vision of rebuilding, redefining, and resetting the direction of tourism on Kauai. My gratitude goes out to Mayor Kawakami for his never-ending support, as well as all of the mayors of each of our island counties. Caroline?
Thanks, John. Aloha, board members. Thanks. So last week we had our steering committee meetings where we went over phase 2 of each of the DMAPs. It was great discussion, and I really appreciate each and every one of our steering committee members and also our board members who participated. So going forward, we will have each DMAP present on things that are happening across each island. And with that, our first DMAP will be Kauai. And I just wanted to thank Sue Kanoho and Patty Ornelas from KVB. They are really instrumental in this DMAP, their island's DMAP, as well as the County of Kauai. And also with us, we have our steering committee, one of our steering committee members, Joel Guide from the Hanalei Initiative. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Sue first, and then share out everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. Aloha, Chair Cam and board members. We're happy to see you this morning. I know you're on a tight, this is going to be a mini presentation just because I know you have a tight schedule, but I just wanted to say thank you. The Hawaii Tourism Authority was so helpful to us when April 2018, we had the floods. We've been working on a master plan for Hawaiʻi for a long time before that. But really, you kind of helped kick us off with the shuttle program, and really the success of what Joel Guy has been able to do at the Hanalei Initiative is a good example of what working together with the community, with the government, and with private sector can do. So I'm going to hand it over to Joel. He's got to catch a plane, so he gets to go first. So Joel.
Oh, no pressure. Thank you, Sue. I appreciate that. Yeah, I just want to echo Sue's appreciation to HTA after the floods in 2018. When we reopened the area and launched the park, HTA was right there to help us in, I think it was through some enforcement, and just really stepped up right away. So appreciate you so much. It's great to see some familiar faces in the board table there. I was trying to like zoom in. I think I see Mahina over there, but yeah, thank you so much, Sue, for letting me have an opportunity to share a little more of an update. I did get a chance to talk to Chipper Wickman this morning on our kind of weekly call, and he had mentioned that he was able to present to HTA board recently on kind of the whole background of it. So there's no real reason to go into the whole depths of this amazing project that I feel very fortunate to be a part of. It did start, this is our board of directors. Our mission is to really identify the community needs and then implement solutions for the North Shore of Kauai. And we really were born out of the 2018 floods and the implementation of the state park management plan. If we go to the next slide, I just wanted to kind of quickly make a reminder that we, this plan took decades, and there's just so many amazing people like, Uncle Presley and Uncle Chipper that just did so much work on this. And Sue, I mean, you were there every step of the way. A little bit about me, my background. I was fortunate enough to grow up here in Haiena. I've been there my whole life. And at the time of the planning, I was the president of our Honolulu to Haiena Community Association. So our influence was really, how does it affect the surrounding communities? And how does this implementation of the park going to, there's a lot of cars. There was, 3,500 people a day entering this park, and there was cars stretched up miles outside the park. So while the park is kind of the contributor, there's a secondary impact, and we wanted to make sure that we had a voice in that, and we were there every step of the way. So thank you, Sue, for your input on that park plan. And then fast forward till now, like I said, I work for the Honolulu Initiative. I'm the executive director, and we are a subcontractor of the Hui Maka'ainana o Makana. They have a revocable permit to manage the entire park, and like I said, we are able to facilitate that process. And I'll just kind of go over, I think, more of an update of what we've been doing and what we've learned through the last couple of years of implementing this plan. Does that make sense, Sue? Cool. Let's go to the next slide. The next slide's a little busy, but I just wanted to keep the slides to a minimum. So I'll just kind of go around it clockwise. From the upper left, I just wanted to remind myself and to speak a little bit about the website. The website to launch the process of entering the park, it's a real complex kind of system, and it can be kind of confusing because you have Haiena State Park, you have Ke'e, you have the Hanakapiai Trail, which is a day use, you have the Kalalau, the Napali Coast. So there's a lot of kind of mixed messaging challenges that we're up against. And so, the integration of this whole system was really important, to have one place, have it be real easy, real user-friendly on a phone. We really felt like that was a big part of our work, was to make sure that was real crystal clear. Yet you also want to make sure you have the complexities to educate people and to work with your partners and the visitors that are coming, so that it's a real important part of the process to make sure that, and we still make improvements. I mean, the FAQs are probably a mile long, and I'm always trying to cut those back. I'm not a big reader, but people on my team are like, no, we need to have every little thing in there. So we go back and forth on that. But the purchasing process, I think, is pretty well. I'll just start real quickly with the residents. You can see they just drive straight, they take a right, and then they go right into the park. It's a pretty easy process for anybody with a Hawaii state ID, as most of you know. And we average about 100 a day. It's been great to see that number increase from a lot less. I mean, when we grew up, it was a place we went all the time, and then we stopped going there. And now you see families coming from all over the island to go and enjoy that place. So it's really, really, it just warms your heart when you see those kind of families come down and say they haven't been down there in decades. And so, but the user comes in, they go to the website. You can see we're right there in the center, in the light green, and we handle all the revenue collection. All the reservations are made ahead of time. Everything sells out. I think most of you know, it was at 3,500 a day. Now the max is set at 900, and we really don't hit the 900. The plan, called for the majority of those to be in shuttle. And I think that was kind of a dream. It was an option that we hoped for. And really, we're doing that in spades right now. We do 450 people a day in the shuttles every single day. And so if you go to that right picture, that's kind of the parking lot at Waipawa, one of our partners, and it is absolutely relentless. 7 days a week, there are, these 24 passenger shuttles that leave there every 20 minutes from 6:40 till noon. And our team is on site every day. And I'll talk a little more about that in another slide, but I just want to share with you, the majority of the people go to the shuttle, and then we do have an allocation of parking lot. The parking is, it's 100 space lot, but we do save overwhelmingly, the majority of those for residents. And sometimes it's not full, and that's fine, because it was really important to integrate those two components. And I can't impress on you how important it is when you have these management systems that you don't have a parking contractor and a shuttle contractor. If you're going to try and keeping that together really helped us, because then we can kind of, if we have to crank down the parking lot a little bit, you want to stabilize that shuttle because it's a really costly entity, and there's a great revenue potential there. In the middle is the Hawaiʻi. And they're also pictured in the bottom left there. I think that's all of us on one of the work days. As you guys know, those guys have been tending that land for generations, if not decades, working that area. And so it's lineal descendants. They continue to do their cultural farming practices. We're able to, eat and work with them daily. I work with Uncle Presley and Uncle Chipper every week. We meet, we talk. Everything we do gets run by them, as well as the state parks. We work really closely with Alan and David and the Rangers, and those guys are great partners in the process as well. If we can go to the next slide, and I think I'll pick up the pace a little bit for you. I'm going to go into 3 quick takeaways that we found throughout the first couple years of operating. The one is the public safety and the difference we've been able to make, and not just us alone, but within the partnership of this management process. We monitor those stream gauges like hawks, and those are what we kind of operate public safety by, and storm patterns. And our team is really interested and we work closely with state parks on that, because what we found is that prior to let me back up a little bit. We have 450 people on the shuttle. We have another couple hundred people in cars. They're all going out there to hike for the day. They'll be trapped out there if the rain comes and the rivers rise, and we're stuck responsible for hundreds and hundreds of people. That's a very unsettling feeling for us. So we are very, very cautious of that. And our team is supported by all of our partners to say it's safety first. So when we see a big storm coming in, or it's getting really we anticipate inclement weather, we can email everybody at one time. We have a full system that we just send a refund out, and everybody says, hey, please stay at the pool or whatever you're doing. Please don't come into this dangerous area. And I think one kind of exciting point that we realized, and this was brought up by one of the fire captains out there, that, we knew that prior to the flood and prior to the management, there was 80 to 120 people being rescued out of Hawaiʻi every year. And those are our first responders, our brothers and sisters that are in there trying to get them out. And it was all stream crossing, right? There's still the twisted ankle at Kalalau, and that still has to, they're still flying out there. But that Hawaiʻi area was literally 80 to 100 every year that was being rescued. And since we've taken over management, that number's gone to 0. With that, we shut down the park. We're on top of that. Anyway, thank you. The next slide. So the second point of the 3 is we really need to be financially viable. We got to make sure that this whole operation makes sense financially and that we can keep it alive. Shuttles are extremely expensive, yet we have been. I guess the short answer is we've been really fortunate. And that top left picture is of the Waipaw Foundation, and Stacy's been a longtime friend of mine, and she was, after the flood, she said, yes, what can we do to help? How if we needed some parking spots that were far enough away from the park to make a difference for the community, yet not past the merchants, so that we were causing some concern initially from some of the merchants in Honolulu. And Waipaw was perfect, and Stacey said, yeah, go for it. And those partnerships and these nonprofits are really something that's grown out of this project, that while we have different missions, we share the same values for our community and what we want to do out here. And the revenue at the time, like I said, she let us park there for nothing, and we didn't know if it was going to make sense, and it really didn't in the beginning. We had a grant. It was fortunate to get us off the ground, but now it's doing really well financially. I don't want to micromanage. We pay them every month, and like I said, I don't want to micromanage them, but I did see a brand new skid steer in their garage the other day, and I was like, oh, I bet you we helped buy that thing over there. It was really, and it feels good when you see them, those guys doing that. And then that's our staff on the bottom left. We're able to reinvest in the staff. Everyone has 401k options. We have PTO and the best health insurance we could buy. These are a lot of lineal descendants that were displaced over the years and now are part of the solution in helping to manage this area. Like I said, we still have challenges outside the park because there's still an overwhelming amount at times in this, but we're grateful for this part. The next slide. And this is one that's, there's more than just signs, but I just wanted to say that like our ability to communicate with people and our responsibility to educate the visitor has really, a lot of our staff starts to really think about that. We spend a lot of time trying to figure out how can we improve this system, because we work for the resident. We're here to care for our community that has to kind of work within the visitor industry's impacts, right? We're trying to make sure we have access to these beautiful places. And one way to do that for us is to really lean in and make sure that we help the visitor understand what's going on, how things are going, how they can be of help, how they can, stay on just make good decisions. And I think it's, and overwhelmingly the visitor wants that. We find that they're really interested in being able to get good information. So I'll just quickly kind of summarize how we do that. I think it's been exciting to be a part of, and I feel like I'm a little bit bragging, but I just want to share that, it's at the purchasing point that we first make contact with them. And that's a really important part of that email response. Right when they buy their ticket, we can already start communicating with them things that we want to make sure they're aware of. And so that goes back and forth, and we have that kind of know before you go opportunity. And then when they get to the shuttle stop, we are very intentional with our sign development, and we work with Limahuli Gardens and the Hui and State and Waipaw and make sure that everybody is aware of what we're saying, that we're honoring everybody's mission and their vision, that we can communicate to these visitors. This is what Waipaw is doing. This is where you are. This is why this is special. And please go there, but don't go buy all the cheesecake, because we like to buy the cheesecake too. And sometimes we don't buy it all. So we got to be careful with our messaging, but that's another place. So we touch them when they buy the ticket. We touch them at the shuttle stop here, as you can see. And then the next slide, I just wanted to remind me, we have a 25-minute shuttle ride. And so there's onboard messaging that we're able to provide for these visitors. And, when you have 450 a day, it ends up being thousands of people, every month. And so if we can, and Sue's heard this a million times, like, why don't you have more videos on the plane? Like, well, that's probably really hard to do. But when you have a captive audience for 25 minutes in a shuttle looking around this beautiful place, if we're not trying to sell cheeseburgers, right? We're trying to educate them on the place and what it's all about taking care of, like, less cars and better educated visitors is really important to us. So we had Mehana Vaughn and Kamealoha guys write this beautiful message, and then Kapua Chandler narrates it, and it's it has some music. I got to hear it the other day. It had been a while. We took some guests out in the shuttle, and it's just really well written, and it's geographically specific to each area. It talks about the important place names and why those places were named that way. It's just a beautiful little opportunity for visitors to hear. And so that's the third one. And then just the last slide, it's just the final, it's really that face-to-face interaction we have with the visitor. We brief everyone that gets off the shuttle. I used to be a little bit against like they already got that far, let them just go to the beach. They want to go hiking, like, don't stop them. We'd have these kind of like ta-da, like attendants, like, no, we got to brief them when they got the shuttle. I'm like, they're already, this whole process is taken, it's confusing, like, let's just get them. But I lost that argument, and when we brief everybody, and it's been really beneficial. I'm really grateful that I lost that argument, because I think it's been really helpful for the visitor to just to hear that. And there's great questions. A lot of it's like, don't go swim at Hanakapiai when you get to that beach. There's no lifeguards. Stay on the trail if the river rises. Just kind of those quick 2 or 3 points that they remember, and then make sure when the last shuttle leaves, because it's a long walk back to Waipaw if they miss it. So.
And then Joel, you also do a survey just to kind of keep track of how it's being received, and so I think that's good too. And constantly checking back and seeing what's working.
Data is incredibly important for us. I mean, we have a couple really smart guys because we scan everybody that comes in and out of the park. So we're looking at wait times when they come out of their thing. If shuttles take too long, that frequency is really important in picking people up. But yeah, the customer surveys are very robust. We talk a lot about how did you find out about it? Because initially it's like, if people pull up to the gate and they didn't know that there's a management system, that's unfortunate, right? We're really interested in finding out, how did they get that far in their experience to not know that you need a reservation to get in there? Right. It's been a couple of years now. So, surveys are really helpful for that. How is your interaction? We have a contest between the gate attendants and the shuttle drivers, and whoever shows as much of an improvement in their percentages of ratings gets like a gas card or something. So it's yeah.
Well, I know. Thank you for that. And I know we're short on time, but I just wanted to share that with you guys, because it's been a successful program. It's a constantly changing, as Alan Carpenter and Kurt Cottrell guys say, it's adaptive management. And so we all work together. You're on calls a lot. We'll be coming out with a little playbook here shortly just to share with everybody, thanks to HTA, how we did it and what we're working on. So other people have some ideas. So anyway, thanks for that. And with that, Joel, I know you need to run, but I wanted to say thank you. We couldn't talk about our DMAP without talking about Hawaiʻi and Hanalei Initiative. So thanks for that. Yeah. And with that, I'm gonna hand it over to Patty, and she's gonna run over some of her slides as well. So Patty.
Thanks, Sue. Mahalo. Aloha mai kako. I first want to extend a big mahalo to Joel for giving the update. Like, that was amazing. And then also to our board and to our board representative, Stephanie Iona, for allowing us this opportunity to share with you just a few updates of our Kauai DMAP. For clarity, you'll see our action items. I've identified those within our DMAP that these updates on the projects that they align to. Next slide, Caroline, please. Although it's difficult to believe, DMAP is still unknown to many island residents, and we have been working diligently to try to get the DMAP message out into our community. Back in January, we collaborated with Hainau on the 2023 Hainau Holo Holo series with Kainoa Carlson. This allowed us an opportunity to briefly share what our DMAP is about, talk about how we as residents and our visitors can malama our natural and marine resources, and also to promote shopping and supporting local, featuring Kauai made products and our Ala Coco store. Joel talked about, and I know Sue talks about this also, about having a video on the airplane. We're happy to say that in June and July, these two segments, the Hainau Holo Holo series, will be included in Hawaiian Airlines in-flight programs. So we're excited about that. Also, Hawaii Tourism Japan helped us further our DMAP message across with Malama in Action, Rachel on the Road. This series took Rachel Pacaro of Hainau across the islands. And for Kauai specifically, we were able to share a segment focusing on the island's fragile ecosystems, as explained by Mike Demoda, who's the curator of living collections at the National Tropical Botanical Gardens. Second segment featured how the Grand Hyatt Kauai, with Moani Tolentino, their Hawaiian culture manager of Kekumu Ohihi Nui Cultural Center, is supporting the Hawaiian culture with workshops and presentations for their guests and also their associates. These two segments were not only featured locally, but also internationally to a Japan audience. And they were also part of the broadcast lineup during the Merry Monarch Festival. So we got a lot of airtime on that. That was great. Next slide, please. We have further collaboration and engagement to support and promote our Hawaiian culture, which takes a village of cultural practitioners and leaders who become our resources to ensure that our culture shared is being done in the most pono manner. Important to us was creating a hui, bringing together Kauai's cultural practitioners to become our expert resources. And happy to say that with the Kokua of Kainoa Danes, the senior brand manager at HVCB, our hui was named Makali'i, which has ties to Kauai, the chief of Waimea Kauai, father-in-law of Manokalani Po, and also a navigator. And of course, Makali'i refers to the constellation Pleiades, which marks the beginning of Makahiki and the new year, and really a new beginning, because although DMAP, destination management, has been around for so long. I mean, the effort to do this, bringing our culture up to the front, the forefront. It's really a new beginning that we can try to hui everyone, the community, the residents, our businesses, just everyone involved to really make that move forward, to really be pono with our culture. Also, cultural resources and trainings as offered by NAHA continue to be promoted by our resorts and business communities. With the support of HTA, allowing us to use DMAP funds, we were able to kokua 4 events that were normally part of the CEP, the Community Enrichment Program. This mini RFP, Kauai Festivals and Events, was very specific to action item C4, which states support activities like Kanikapila Song Fest during Hawaii's music and musicians. And the goal of this funding was to support programs that share the Hawaii music, hula, craft making and textiles, and also the cultural history of Kauai with visitors as well as residents. These events had to take place on Kauai between the dates of February 17th April 28th, and we are happy to share that these 4 events were very well received by both residents and visitors alike. Mahalo nui, HTA. I just want to jump. Sue, do you want to add anything?
No, that was just, we were really appreciative that that was in our DMAP. So that allowed us to do that. So it was a specific line item that we were able to support.
Well, thank you so much. Next slide, please. We Are Kauai. We Are Kauai is a collaborative effort with Kauai Visitors Bureau, working with the County of Kauai Economic Development Office, the Kauai Chamber of Commerce, Leadership Kauai, and representatives of Makali'i. We Are Kauai came about as we were looking for a curriculum really for visitors and new residents to help to best integrate them into our island community with respect for our culture and traditions. That's really important to us. We are so excited that as presentations have and are being done with various audiences, One Hotel Hanalei Bay has taken it a step further, and they created a one-sheeter, this conscious traveler guidelines that they are sharing with their guests. They recently hired a Hawaiian culture manager, so this document includes and ensures the use of proper Olelo Hawaii. So
Actually, Patty, just to clarify, this is for their media, for anybody they're hosting for media.
My apologies. Thank you. Thank you for clarification.
Yeah.
We are also excited to share our very own grassroots effort to showcase Kauai in our Malama Kauai video series, which features Kauai Museum, National Tropical Botanical Gardens, Mo'olelo murals, and Prince Kohio Park. With the exception of Prince Kohio Park, which will be uploaded soon, the first 3 videos mentioned can be found on our Kauai Visitors Bureau YouTube channel. We want these videos to be educational, not only for our visitors, but also for our residents. And I would encourage you, if you could, to please jump on our YouTube channel and share that out, because the more people that see it, the more people will understand, coming into Kauai Museum, that they'll learn about our island, our ali'i, our history. Next slide, please. And we are very proud of our community partnerships, like with Holo Holo Charters, Surfrider Foundation, and Keoki's Paradise, to name a few. In 2022, Holo Holo Charters gave back over $75,000 to our community with both in-kind and monetary donations. This is huge because this actually shows that the visitor industry really does give back to the community. And we have to work with the balance hand in hand, again, to make things be pono and accepting. Surfrider Foundation helps us to malama our beaches and shorelines and has continued to collaborate with many properties to do these beach cleanups. And they also play a huge part in supporting our Malama Hawaii program. With their Malama Aina series, Keoki's Paradise is helping us bring education and awareness that aligns with our DMAP. They have curated presentations on Hawaiian culture, conservation, native species, our natural resources and environment, and so much more. I've attended these presentations and the turnout has really been exceptional, where it's kind of standing room only, or like I ended up having to sit on the back because I was like really late. So it's been really a great opportunity for our visitors as well as our residents to get this information. And furthermore, in 2022, Keoki's Paradise, so awesome, established a Ho'oulu Award, which honors and recognizes Kauai residents who dedicate their energy to the perpetuation of Hawaiian culture and traditions. The award was developed as part of the restaurant's efforts to give back to those whose contributions relating to environmental and cultural education have uplifted and empowered the island community, such as in line with our 4 pillars that HCA has put forth. Ho'omaikai to Auntie Sabra Kauka and Mike Demota, 2022 and 2023 Ho'oulu Award recipients. However, with these accomplishments and these bragging stories, there are, of course, challenges. So right now, I'd like to turn it back over to Sue to elaborate further on an ongoing challenge. Sue?
Thank you, Caroline. The next slide is actually just highlighting one of the challenges we have right now. So we're very successful with having people come to Kauai, which is great. I appreciate that. But what we're finding is that we have people coming from off island, mainland specifically, continental US, who are bringing yoga retreats, photography workshops, whatever it might be. And unfortunately, they're actually taking people to places they shouldn't be going to or don't have permits to go to. And why this is a challenge is I have our local photographers who are struggling to survive here, who understand and know what the rules are and aren't allowed to do a lot of these things. And yet these people are flying in, charging lots of money and trying to do this. So we are working with DLNR where we can. I know they're working on a program to try and do more outreach in social media and to educate people. And I've done outreach to these people myself, as you all probably know me too well to know that with Aloha, I have reached out to them to let them know they need to have permits. And if they don't, they shouldn't be coming unless they're in the right places. So it's been a process, and we're going to look forward to working with DLNR on this a little bit further, but I'm just planting the seed that perhaps anybody that's hosting these people make sure that they are in fact permitted in places they're supposed to be and not using Honu as their marketing tool for Art of Seeing Photography Workshop 2024. So it's a process. Thanks, Patty.
Thanks, Sue. Next slide, please. So in the next upcoming months, this list identifies the top 5 projects that we will be working on. You know, mahalo to Keoki's Paradise for starting that Malama Aina series, which really ties in line with our Wildlife Summit. We've been talking about this, and we're gonna make it happen this year. For real, in the fall. We're going to continue to build out Makali'i, continue to add these cultural practitioners and leaders so that they can help guide us. That's what we need, is to be guided and so that we are appropriate. We are going to update and revamp the Aloha for Kauai portal. This time around, we're going to spotlight 20 local businesses, small businesses. So we're excited about that. We're going to start doing data collection at the hot spots just to kind of get a foundation, a baseline of, you know, how many people are going in cars and, you know, just kind of having that monitoring opportunity so that we can know better how to really help mitigate these hotspots and to avoid degradation of these areas. And then, of course, with ongoing community outreach, such as articles on Holomua. Hope you guys have checked it out. We're also doing PSAs on island radio stations with the Pacific Media Group. We're also sharing educational and informational videos, which will be featured on Ho'ike Community Television. That's a whole demographic that I think is missing. Our word, the DMAP word. And then we're going to post on Kauai DMAP Instagram page. If you haven't followed it, it's at Kauai DMAP. Please follow us. And then also continue to do community meetings and presentations. And the next slide, please. That's it in a nutshell. E kulike kako, we're all in this together. You know, it'll take all of us to move DMAP efforts forward to Malama Ku'uhome. And I want to say mahalo to Hawaii Tourism Authority, the various agencies and island stakeholders, and everyone who has come to the table to be part of our movement. And I really sincerely encourage those that haven't yet to join us and be part of the change. Mahalo for your time, and I'll pass it back to Sue to close. Mahalo.
Mahalo, Patty. Now you can see why I got a good one over here. So we appreciate your support, the funding that you've provided for Patty's position. For us to actually do the outreach work as well has been so critical and has really made a difference in the community of people saying, wow, you get it. We appreciate it. You know, people calling me. And so thank you to Caroline, you know, the one-stop shop for us. Every time we have a question, we call her just to double check. So it takes a team to work together. So we're very, very grateful. And we just wanted to share that. I know Stephanie was on our last steering committee and thought it might be helpful to share this with you. So I hope it does help let you have a little insight to some of the work that we're doing, and through your support. We couldn't do this without you. Mahalo.
Caroline, can I say a few words? Sure. Sue and Patty, and of course, Joel had to take a flight, but on behalf of, I'm going to say it, Director Tokioka, who is from the island of Kauai, we can't forget that. We are so grateful to you, Sue, and all that you've done through COVID, through your emergency things that you provide to the island constantly. And but I think the takeaway that I had was what it has done. The effort of the park has reached the safety of our tourists, to take those safety issues down to nothing, that now the people are safe. I think what I liked also is the communication that you have when the rivers are rising, and you communicate back to the guests that these are other opportunities you can enjoy and then come back when it's safe. Joel explained that yesterday very carefully to me, and I really appreciated that. But I think the bigger story is that you've been working on it a long time. And it's something that we are so proud to be working with you and the committee people like Nalani, of course, our mayor,
Yeah.
and everyone who has been a part of making this journey successful. So it's not something new, but it's being enhanced, right? With
Absolutely.
your support and everything.
Yeah.
But I really want to thank you, Sue Kanoho. You are, many of us call you like the queen of Hawaii because you do everything. You're everywhere and do everything. But I wanted the authority to all know what a great woman she is.
Oh,
Seriously.
thank you so much. Well,
Done so
and
much for
I
us.
will, thanks, Stefan. The support you guys provided has really allowed us to get out into the community much, much more. So whatever little part we were doing before, this has just exploded and done such a better job. And to have Patty as a dedicated person, because whatever I was doing, as you guys know, was on the side, so to speak, because I had my regular job to do too. So having Patty and our destination managers statewide has made all the difference. And of course, we all work together. It's not just her by herself. We really support her. She works with me, with Miley, with Christy, with Lonnie. Lonnie right now is working on the SEP. So we just finished our RFP submittals for that. So we're working on judging right now. So it's a process. So I think everybody, I think if they understood a little bit more the work that goes into managing the destination, it's pretty significant. And branding is super important, and so is the management. So they all work together. Mahalo.
Aida?
May I as well? I too want to express my deep mahalo to all of you on Kauai. Thank you for being a leader. Thank you for being a role model for how we can come together as agency partner, as community partners, industry partners, and most certainly, homegrown, place-based leadership. What stuck out for me was your folks' clear-minded efforts to foster transparent and visible accountability. And so when some of the criticism that I've heard from residents in terms of HTA and our efforts to work towards a more regenerative tourism model is that people do not have a good grasp of how the dollars that are being generated are actually staying here in Hawaii within our local economy and having this trickle-down effect on, everyday people.
Mm-hmm.
With your folks' presentation today, it's very apparent, it's very evident when I'm hearing that some of these monies are being recirculated to lineal descendants, people of place, people who have a knowledge base that is not only important, but valued by the industry. And their lives are changed because now, perhaps with additional dollars, not only there's equipment to further their nonprofit work, but also, to establish 401ks and other things. I think that kind of story, anecdotal evidence, is the kinds of reporting that we need to do to continue to grow our trust within the community. So I want to thank you, all of your leadership on Kauai, and look forward to hearing more with Caroline's leadership as well from the different islands.
Thanks. And I'll just mention my assistant Becky is the one who does all the reporting for us too. So between Becky and Patty, that's how you get your numbers. So thank you for that.
Sue, Patty, and Joel. I know Joel had to leave. Thank you so much. The focus, the intensity, the passion, it never ends with you guys. And this wouldn't be working without your leadership. And please extend our gratitude to Nalani as well.
We will.
Early on,
Jimmy, you want to say a
Jimmy,
few
you
words?
want to? Yeah.
Oh, Jimmy's there.
Yep.
Jimmy's here.
Oh,
He's all
okay.
stoked. He came in perfect timing, just when you
Okay,
started,
good.
Sue. Go ahead, Jimmy.
Thank you, Chair Cam. Sue and Patty.
Yes, Jimmy.
And I think Joel, I know when I came in, Joel was talking, I think he's left already, but I'm so proud to be from Kauai and to have been working with you, Sue, for longer than we want to mention.
Long time.
I started on the county council at 1996 and it's been since then. But when I've been in some of the meetings with the leadership group here, it's been said on numerous occasions that Kauai, the KVB, is the gold standard as where we need to achieve to be as organizations. And this presentation, if anybody anywhere, whether it's in the community or at the legislature, saw this presentation, they would clearly understand what destination management means in the highest respect for everything that you folks have done. So we need to take this message and we need to share this message with as many people as we possibly can, because I was there when the bill was passed to make Hyannis State Park, to pay the park, to clean up the area, to make more parking, to have the shuttle service. So, you know, through Mayor Kawakami and your organization and Representative Nakamura, Senator Kochi, making this happen. This is what collaboration of a destination management is. And if anybody can tell me that there is a better model, I hope we have more and better models throughout the state. But for right now, sharing something like this with the rest of the community, from the state capitol to, you know, all of the different areas that we manage, we need to share this message as much as we can so people understand when we talk about destination management, how do we spend that money? This is incredible. Thank you both very
Thank
much
you.
for all that we have done to make this a possibility. Thank you.
Thanks, Jimmy.
Thank you,
And
Chair.
Mahalo.
And I was just going to say, having the ability to talk to our residents, because that's kind of not, that wasn't really on our schedule before. We weren't really allowed to do that. That's made a lot of difference for us. So thank you for allowing that, to have our on-island, you know, meetings. You know, when I had Ilihia and Kalani came, and it just really helped. I mean, it was, they're intense meetings, you know, it's not easy. And so, but you got to do it, right? And you got to hear, and you got to show them what we are doing and hear back what they're doing and see where we can incorporate things. So it's a Kako thing, as Patty always says. So we're working together. So thank you for that. But we would not be sitting here with Patty and her guidance and her passion if it wasn't for the DMAP program. So for that, I am so grateful that must continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Thank you, Director Tokioka. Before we move on, Mahina, can you interpret the term maka'ainana that Joel used earlier in his presentation?
Maka'ainana, in its simplest form or definition, is person of the land, person with responsibilities to the land. And a maka'ainana also has this reciprocal relationship with his ali'i, his or her ali'i. So the ali'i provides a certain level of careship and leadership, and the maka'ainana will reciprocate by working and optimizing and making more efficient all of the water systems that are in place, agricultural systems, making sure that infrastructure is well cared for, so that together these two role groups will make for a healthy and abundant community. Maka'ainana.
Thank you. You know, the president of Hui Maka'ainana or Makana is Presley Wan. In high school, every Wednesday, we would have to wear ROTC uniforms. And my recollection is Presley and I had the most wrinkled uniforms, the most tarnished brass, and our shoes was occasionally polished. But I'm so proud and frankly downright inspired by the leadership that Presley and Chipper Wickman and that group bring to that part of the island. So thank you again, Kauai.
Thank you. And that video you did featuring them and that program was really heartfelt. Thank you for that too.
So before you get off.
Yep.
Dylan Ching, I have to make this public. For what you did and for what you continue to do on Kauai, and I know you do it on other islands with your restaurants, from the bottom of our heart, thank you. I mean, I don't know if anybody realizes what his restaurant chain has done. Sue knows, I know, Jimmy knows. And every time we have something happening for our community, they're there.
Yeah.
Duke's Restaurant, Kilki's, always there, always being that driving force. So I think there's champions in every community. But you, Dylan, honestly, from the charity walk to everything that you have done to help us grow our message for Kauai and our community. Mahalo for everything. Dylan,
Yeah,
thank
he
you.
didn't know we were going to put that in there, by the way.
I was gonna say no extra funds were given to do that, but I will say, obviously, Sue and, Patty, everybody is obviously, it's not me, it's you guys. And it's also our boots on the ground, Darren and Derek and all those guys there. And it's amazing. I said this before, but and I'm not from Kauai. I spend a decent amount of time there. I'm from Maui, but I am not too proud to say that I'm very humbled and in awe of how Kauai handles itself. And it is a great model. It really truly feels like one island when I get there, and everybody is amazing, so hardworking. And thank you for highlighting Kyoki's and what they're doing, and in conjunction with what everybody else is doing. It's a good example of what the ability of a private entity can do to take action quickly and work with the stakeholders and the government to do things that just benefit the community. I think, as you mentioned, Malama Aina series, when we put it together, we weren't sure, also want to recognize Mary Lou, who always puts us, Mary Lou Foley always puts everybody in the right room. But when we put those things together, we weren't sure what the turnout would be. But as you say, we were very surprised on how many people were interested in Kingdom, and it's been amazing. So thank you to all that you do. It truly is an amazing island, as they all are. But not being from Hawaii, I'm very humbled to be just there as a spectator sometimes, and a small part of what an amazing job you guys all do there. So great job, everybody, and mahalo.
Mahalo.
Yeah, lots of people are doing it there. Definitely not me. I just sometimes get to approve a check signing. So
Mr. Chairman, we'll continue with this section. As usual, the CEO report carries and features all of the activities that took place in the preceding month of April, which frankly, given what's happened in May, April seems like 2 years ago. But all that information is there. Let me just highlight the change management plan. The procurement manager position has been filled by Tracy Firmahan. She was previously the HTA procurement specialist and has been temporarily assigned into the manager position since January of 2023. This action will now open up a HTA procurement specialist position. The other thing I'll highlight is that the VP of Finance, Isaac Choi, transitioned to assuming full oversight of the finance section, which covers fiscal and procurement functions. He has also reviewed the auditor's report 2022 and will be making recommendations to procedures and policies. I'm going to now transition to Kalani for an update. May was a big month for the branding section.
Thanks, John. Aloha members. So yeah, there's a lot of things happening, lots going on. We'll start first with Hawaii Tourism Oceania. Like I mentioned in my opening, it is May Day, is Lei Day in Hawaii, but it is also in Oceania. And so we host month of Lei activities, events, and activations, including some with our partners. And I want to thank the island chapters who were able to attend as well. And so we had a lunch and learn event provided, a great opportunity for travel advisors to obtain knowledge about the Hawaiian Islands. It's our commitment to educating them as, what's the word? They basically multiply our forces. They make us bigger because they're the ones talking directly to clients. I don't know what the right word is right now. I don't know why my brain's not working. It starts with an E. I just can't think of the word. Exponentially grow our reach through travel advisors. So those guys. But it also is, I think, an opportunity, like I said, to do webinar training and others with OTAs and others. And so month of Lei is another important touch point for us in this Oceania market. It is one that we have some challenges with air capacity out of Oceania up to Hawaii. We've got some stiff competition with direct flights to the West Coast that are much cheaper than we are. And so we have some ground to make up here in the Oceania market. And I want to thank our Oceania team for all of their diligent efforts in Australia and New Zealand, Aotearoa, while they do this work. Next, we had something a little bit more fun on our end in Hawaii. And so our HTA team participated in the DBED and State of Hawaii food drive. And our goal for the food drive the state's goal rather was 70,000 pounds of food and 150,000 in monetary donations, which would help provide 380,833 meals to feed our neighbors in need. It was held in the month of May statewide with all of our employees, and we had a construction challenge across agencies. And so our contribution as part of DBED was this display you see up there of a honu basking in the sand with our messaging to respect our wildlife and not touch the honu. And so I also want to share our results as HTA. Although we didn't win the construction, we congratulate our sister agencies over at DBED who did. But HTA raised $853 at our bake sale and collected over 100 canned food items. And I want to thank all of you who participated in that fundraiser for HTA. Mahalo. Next, I want to touch on something. This is something that has been going on in the background, it seems. And so it was a really good reflection point for us to think about our Hawaii Tourism Authority Ho'oilina Scholar cohort, who are all graduating. And so this was their our partnership with HLTA to administer the scholarships. So you see Mufi. Didi is hiding to his left. She is not a student. She's our brand manager responsible for, she looks great. She's our brand manager responsible. So she's sandwiched there between Jerry Agrusa and Mufi and participated on behalf of HTA at a ceremony that was held for them. And so we had 9 scholars who graduated from this cohort. It's the second cohort, or our second cohort has 8 additional scholars on track to graduate in spring of 2024. As part of this scholarship, it was a full ride, full tuition, full everything for 4 full years to really make sure that we're building a pipeline of Hawaii kids in our visitor industry, which we know has been an important focus for members of the legislature and others, but also for our own capacity here. Because as long as Hawaii people are in and interacting with our guests, then we know we're going to be able to develop authentic experiences that are meaningful in the long run, not only because of the benefits that they receive, being able to stay in Hawaii, but also what they're able to share and educate our visitors with as they interact with them. And so these scholarships are an opportunity that we've had to partner with them. As part of their scholarship, they take courses in Hawaiian culture, Hawaiian language, and others to make sure that they have a full understanding of all 4 pillars of HTA's strategic plan as they go through their studies. And hopefully one day, maybe we can hire one of them too. We've had several pass through as interns, which was another portion of a requirement for this scholarship is that they intern. And so, yep, want to say mahalo and congratulations to our scholars there. Next, obviously, continuing our partnership with the Hawaii Lodging and Tourism Association. The Charity Walk is a huge event annually for us. It's one that I think brings a lot of excitement for us across the industry and can really do some really good across the islands. And so we want to mahalo Mufi and the HLTA for their work there. Wanted to share that we participated as well as HTA, and we raised $964.72. And I want to send a big mahalo to Tracy, Maile, Isaac, and Ohana, JC and Ohana from Reed. And so for their participation and representing the Hawaii Tourism Authority at this year's Charity Walk. Next, I want to cover IPW. I'm going to tag in a few friends here, but it was held recently, May 20th to the 24th, which was just yesterday in San Antonio, Texas. It's the leading inbound travel trade show for U.S. Travel Association to reunite and rebuild global travel industry and provide an in-person platform to conduct and renew our relationships. We had a great presence from a number of our partners, including Ilihia Johnson from our staff, and I'll tag him in a bit. Aaron from our anthology team, as well as Island Chapter representatives Maile, Noelani, Sherry, Diana, and then Jennifer from HTO, Hawaii Tourism Oceania, Dennis from Hawaii Tourism China, and Gustavo from Hawaii Tourism Canada. We see Lorenzo, we see all kind of people too. So all kind. I'm going to tag Ilihia in to expand a little bit more because he was there. Tag.
Aloha nui kako, or as they say in San Antonio, howdy. So for those not familiar with IPW, the U.S. Travel Association's IPW is the largest event of its kind for U.S. destinations, attractions, activities, lodging establishments, to meet with their partners in inbound international travel. And so the overall theme of the show is driving international travel to the U.S., which is a significant part of the American travel economy. It's an appointment-based show, so you sign up for these appointments. You see in the lower left corner, that's what our booth looks like. All day, appointments, appointments, appointments. Well over 100 appointments across our team with industry partners, journalists, sharing about our pivot to regenerative tourism, our efforts in destination management, opportunities for visitors to give back, and that guiding principle of Malama. And so, in addition to us, that bottom left photo, if you can see in the background, we had a Hawaiʻi lane, 18 industry partners there along with us. And there are also all kinds of other meetings that happen from the folks who are there. Different interest groups kind of align and have different receptions and meetings and things like that. And so the other thing that my other kuleana there is, as a member of the U.S. Travel National Communications Advisory Committee, we talk about some of the trends and some of the important priorities for travel in the U.S. Yeah, so all in all, good opportunity to meet with industry partners. The reason we took a flag was in the luncheons, we had the opportunity to host some tables, some luncheon tables with industry partners. And so to find people at a 5,000 person lunch helps to have a flag. So that's what that's about. Not just to celebrate some of the amazing successes of our Hawaiʻi community in recent days. We were up there when Ian Tongi won American Idol, and the whole lobby of the hotel just kind of went nuts as it happened. Yeah, so that was our trip. And Kalani, I don't know if you or others want to touch on some of the other ways we're involved with U.S. Travel Association and kind of their advocacy and guidance efforts. Yeah, back to you.
Yeah, thanks so much. You know, I think it is a good point for us to reflect on our membership and participation in U.S. Travel Association. It really is our national body for advocacy around tourism and hospitality. We have a bunch of different ways to do that. Not only is Hawaiʻi a member of the Chairman's Circle, and so I want to say mahalo to Jeff, Nan, Judith, and all the others at U.S. Travel who support us consistently, but we also have an opportunity. John participates in the National Council of State Tourism Directors. Jen, I think you're on the, what is it called? The Research Advisory Committee. Ilihia is on the communications one. And so there's all these ways that we gather information about what's happening across the country within tourism and hospitality, making sure that we're staying abreast of the latest trends that are happening, challenges and opportunities for us, but also to share and a little bit to evangelize a bit about destination management and what we think about in the Hawaiian Islands. And as an island state, we have, I think, a unique perspective on what it means to manage this industry, to protect our natural resources, enrich our communities, honor the Hawaiian culture, and continue to provide economic benefits to the state. And so I'm going to go ahead and wrap up the IPW USTA portion. And then I want to go on to the next thing. And we alluded to it a bit earlier, but the Hawaii Tourism Authority is the presenting sponsor for the 2023 Hawaii on the Hill. And so I want to say mahalo to Sherry, Trisha, and the rest of the team, Honorary Chair Senator Kochi, and others for our participation in this. I think it's a great opportunity for us to begin by honoring Kamehameha in our nation's capital in Washington, D.C. With the lei draping ceremony and the Civic Club out there. And then we'll move into the actual activities as part of Hawaii on the Hill that really, I think, are an alignment of how we think about hospitality, tourism, and travel being a catalyst for so many other industries. And so we'll be alongside a number of other businesses and industries, including agriculture and others, technology, all of that, to really put Hawaii in the best light in our nation's capital and make sure that we can put our best foot forward. You know, when I think about the destination management action plans, I think about Hawaii Island Action D, I think about Hawaii Island Action F, Oahu Action H, and these are all points about buying local and making sure that we're making that a part of our messaging. How do we create opportunities for ongoing dialogue, communication, and engagement between the visitor industry, government, and communities to improve industry relations? And I can't think of a better opportunity for us in the month of June than Hawaii on the Hill. And so we'll be participating in that as well. And then lastly, I wanted to end with a bit of good news. Certainly not the only good news, but one that I just wanted to highlight is our Hawaii Tourism Canada team received an award on behalf of Hawaii as the 2023 Reader's Choice for Tourism Board Asia Pacific. And so a big honor for our team out there with Vox, headed by Lorenzo, Sue, and the rest of the team. So Congratulations to Hawaii on winning Tourism Board for Asia Pacific for the 2023 Reader's Choice Awards. John, that's my report. Mahalo.
Kalani, any update on the USMMA RFP?
I will cover that under agenda item 6.
All right, thank you. Daniel, before we go to you, I just learned that we have someone online who would like to offer testimony relative to Kauai DMAP. Ilya? I believe it's Kamealoha Smith.
Hi, so let me bring Kamealoha up to be able to talk story with us. One moment. Kamealoha, go ahead and accept that panelist invitation. There we go. Okay, can you hear us?
Miu,
Aoia, aloha.
hiki no ke holomoa e ole pono wai kali.
Hiki no holomoa.
Oh, holomoa, okay. Hi, aloha kakahiaka kako wano ka mea aloha hano pa Smith ko ino hope ya. Hano pa hyphen Smith. Alele ke wala au ne wao mai ano hola Kauai mai. E nui ke aloha wao ia o ko pakahino ke ia wa I me hiki au ke wala o me o ko e pili ane kama ko mana o ma ane I Kauai. E pili ane kauko Kauai Destination Management Plan. Okay, aloha. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I really wasn't prepared to share mana'o. Well, actually, I wanted to share mana'o for a long time, but when it's appropriate to share mana'o in this particular form is, first for me. I know that Sue and some of the other people are familiar with me. So what I wanted to say was that I am not here because I agree or disagree with the destination management plan here on Kauai, and I'm certainly not here to say negative things or even to demonize the work that they're doing, because I certainly do support HTA's paradigm shift from sustainable tourism to regenerative tourism. But I did want to point out that the DMAP and Kauai Visitors Bureau, even CNHA to a certain degree, there's a number of families, lineal descendants and other local families that are considered to be that come from underserved and socially disadvantaged communities, also US vets, and those who come from working families and working communities here in Kauai that are not often looked at as people, nonprofits, so on and so forth, who participate in what DMAP or KVB or even HTA offers. A lot of the work that we do, we work with federal agencies, and in my case, one of the agencies that we work with is the DOI Office of Native Hawaiian Relations. We recently got a grant under the Native Tourism Act and have aligned ourselves with a lot of Native American groups across the mainland. And there's also an international cooperative coalition of Native groups that we work with that cover a range of topics, but certainly all fall within the scope of things that we do and can do for the visitors. So my question simply is there an opportunity for groups like ours that fall outside of what DMAP is doing and fall outside of what KVB is doing to offer a presentation and an insight as to some of the efforts that are going on in these underserved communities, most of them indigenous communities who want to participate and are trying to participate, but don't seem to have an appropriate forum for us to participate here at the local level. That's not what I'm saying does not undermine the great work that the DMAP people are doing. Actually, we're quite impressed with a lot of what I've heard today, and certainly impressed with a lot of the work that they do. But I do think that there's a voice in the community that is not always represented. And even in the last DMAP presentations that we had here on Kauai, I know that the working class neighborhoods were not given an opportunity to host, and whatever the reasons are, but to host a community meeting. So that is my mana'o and that is my concern. And so hopefully someone there can provide some guidance as to how we might become a little bit more involved in what you folks are doing, knowing that we have something going on, but that falls outside of what DMAP and KVB, CNH, and everybody else is doing. And then I did write an email. You know, I got that email from CNHA about them becoming a partner to HTA. And I did ask in NAHA, HTA, and I asked Travel to Change, you know, exactly what does it mean when somebody gets a contract, and how is that going to impact those of us who generally fall outside of the scope. But the last thing I'll say is I want to give a special shout out to Travel to Change. Travel to Change has been instrumental in helping us to stay involved in what's going on in the larger discussions about tourism here in Hawaii. And hopefully with some of the funding we have, we're going to be working with them on developing a reservation system for some of the regenerative tourism opportunities that we have in our community. So mahalo, ya'uko, mahalo for allowing me this opportunity to share. And hopefully I can get some questions answered today. If not, maybe in the near future, if there's an opportunity. Mahalo, aloha.
Aloha. Aloha, thank you for that insight. And what we will do at HTA is work through Sue and her team to make it a point to spend more time with you so that we can talk about some of the specific ideas that you have. This will also enable us to onboard CNHA in its new the contract that was awarded. So we look forward to making that contact with you on Kauai. And Sue, I will coordinate that through your office. Okay.
Patty has actually spoken to Kami Aloha repeatedly, so we are in touch with him, and so there's been conversations happening. So thanks for that.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let us know, Daniel.
Aloha. Daniel Noho, OPE Chief Administrative Officer. I think most of the specific actions that happened in April and a little bit in May have been covered already. Just wanted to say on the administrative side, we have been very busy supporting all of the work that has happened, particularly coordinating and supporting on the major RFPs and procurement process that went through. Also, providing the information necessary for various testimony and requests from the legislature. Kept us very busy on that. You'll see some of the work on the finance side through when we get to the Budget and Finance Committee meeting report. And as well as, besides working on some policies and procedures, most in particular is really our VP of Finance has focused on ensuring that our process internally has good quality controls and quality assurance. And we're working through that over this month. And you may see at the next board meeting some changes we might have to put in for our board and organization policy changes in order to effect some of the changes we want to do internally for procedures. Mahalo.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes our report.
Hey, mahalo, John, Kalani, and Daniel. Why don't we take an 11-minute break and then we'll come on back. Okay, Kalani, we're gonna go to agenda item number 6C. 1, 2, and 3. Kalani?
Yeah. Aloha members. I know you guys still coming back, but I want to make sure you hear this because this is important. Okay. For item number 1, RFP 23-02, Destination Brand Management and Marketing Services for the Canada market. I do want to update the board that we did make an award to Vox International, who happened to be the incumbent for Hawaii Tourism Canada. We have received one request for debrief from that. And so what that means is now we have 7 days to respond and have the debrief meeting with that offerer. And then they have 5 additional working days to decide if they will like to protest. So I want to make the board aware of that. Next, I'd like to update the board on RFP 23-03, Destination Brand Management and Marketing Services for the United States market, where we also received a request from an offerer for debrief. And similar there, we have 7 working days to have the debrief with the offerer, and then they have 5 additional working days to decide if they would like to protest or not. So that is where we're at in the process. I will note that RFP 23-03 was awarded to the Hawaii Visitors and Convention Bureau as the incumbent for Hawaii Tourism United States. Mahalo members.
And I'll just give a quick update on RFP 2308 regarding the support services for destination stewardship. So the Council for Native Hawaiian Advancement was the awardee. Daniel and the Ho'opi'i and I met with them yesterday to start the discussions regarding the contract, and we look forward to working with them. Thanks.
Okay, mahalo. We'll go to agenda item number 7, and that's a report on tourism research. Jen?
So thank you. So this month I was asking. Thank you. This month I was asked to abbreviate my presentation that's during the meeting, but in the packet, you'll see a lot of the materials that I've provided in the past. And since we highlighted U.S. Travel Association, because we are Chairman Circle members, that's where those U.S. Travel Association reports come from that I give to you every month. Also towards the back of the deck, there are some highlights for Memorial Day, Golden Week, and marathon bookings that if you have any questions, I'll answer that later. But for now, let me jump in. Oh, yes, and visitor stats is not being until next week, Tuesday, Monday the 30th. Okay, so let me, okay, so going slightly out of order, I didn't realize that it was separated when I made my deck, but transient accommodations tax. So looking at what they collected in April at the Department of Taxation, they collected 81.3 million. That brings us to, looks like the decimal place is wrong, 732 million, not 7.32 million for fiscal 23. So I call it mine. But what I wanted to point out to you is that orange line. So that shows you kind of the benchmark where we collected in April compared to all the rest of the months going back to January 2017. And as you can see that April was one of the higher collection months for transient accommodation tax. I was also asked to look at the county transient accommodation tax. So only the island of Hawaii has given me their actual collections. The rest of the islands are estimated, and they're estimated based on reports from Department of Taxation. And because we're looking at the tax liability and the timing of these reports, so there's kind of a lag. So the most recent report that they have on their website is for December of 2022. And since that's the liability for December 2022, that's going to be collected by the counties in January. So for January 2023, if the counties collect everything that the tax department estimates, it's going to be 9.5 million for Oahu, County of Maui 8.8 million, and 2.9 million for County of Kauai. And the
Hawaii County actually collected 3.9 million for that month of January. Next, look, I was asked to present the key performance indicators. So just as a refresher from the strat plan, there are 4 studies or 4 key performance indicators of which resident sentiment and visitor satisfaction have some kind of like sub indicators that are going through. So I will go through those with you. So this is the first one for resident sentiment. Tourism has brought more benefits and problems. And yes, you've seen this before. It was presented a few months ago. And actually, we just finished fielding the spring 2023 resident sentiment, and we will have the new report presented to you in July if Chair, you find time in the agenda for that. So this is, you've seen this before, 57% for fall of 2022. And here we are for tourism has been mostly positive for you and your family, kind of flat to slightly up in the last few waves. Now here is visitor satisfaction, which is the next key performance indicator for HTA. So this report actually has just been published at 10:30 this morning. And as you can see, looking across all of the markets, that everybody had a pretty good time during their vacation in Hawaii. Very high marks across the board. The lowest mark came from Oceania. And here is the next one for the visitor satisfaction activity report, whether or not the vacation exceeded their expectations. So these are on a lower scale because everybody thinks they're going to have a good time in Hawaii. So for you to actually exceed the expectations that people have, you kind of have to do over and above. And there are quite a few people who have said that their expectations were exceeded for their Hawaii vacation. This is also a high mark. People who are likely to recommend Hawaii to their friends and relatives as a vacation destination, very high across the board. And then people who are likely to return in the next 5 years. Now this varies a little by the distance. So the really high marks are for US West. And then for Japan, interestingly enough, these people from Japan, because we have such high repeat visitation, they also said that they're going to come back. But when you're looking at the US East or Oceania or Korea, those people are farther away. And so maybe coming back in the next 5 years is not quite reasonable for them. Here's our next key performance indicator, spending. This is March data. So we're going to put out the April data next week. So you've seen this before. Per person per day for March of 2023 was $233. And expenditures for March 2023 was $1.8 billion. Here is the DBED tourism forecast for Q1. Again, you've seen this slide before. The new forecast for DBED was going to be next week, Thursday, June 1st. That'll be published then. So in the next board meeting, I'll give you an idea of the next forecast. This is a slide that you have not seen before. I actually broke up the forecast by market. So when we've talked about in past board meetings about the softening of the US market, that's something that DBED is acknowledging, that going into 2023, 2024, that softening of the US West and the US East, the increase for Canada and Japan and some of the other markets, that reflects some of the discussions that we've had in past months. And that's it.
Mahalo, Jen. David, you had a question for Jen?
Very abbreviated.
Yeah. Couple quick questions. Slides 27 and 28.
Okay, hold
Monthly
on.
visitor personal daily spend and monthly visitor expenditures.
Yes.
This year's ones have shown great gains.
Correct.
Why is that?
Well, we've talked about this in past, hold on, I'm trying to bring this up so you can, somehow I'm losing my PowerPoint. Why am I losing the PowerPoint? Wait, no, iTunes. I just had it. Why doesn't it like me?
Less people.
Sorry about that. Okay, going to that. So what we've seen in in past months, right? There's inflation and there's also pricing. So from a pure pricing standpoint, we have seen gains from the lodging sector, right? And everybody has things that are more expensive in general because of inflation. The supply chain issues continue to affect things, even though, people think the pandemic is over. I mean, there are these lingering effects that affect everything. Eggs and milk were crazy, right? The pricing. So, that's going to, of course, affect restaurants and the kind of food that people are buying.
The other slide is even more dramatic. Right?
Mhm. Yes.
Yeah.
So one of the things is that we're looking at volume, right? And we were talking in the past months about how the volume is being driven primarily from the US West and the US East markets, right? And the volume of people that were coming from US West and US East is a lot more than we saw in prior. So when you multiply that and then the longer lengths of stay, then and higher per person per day spending, that's how you get total expenditures. It's a math
Simple
thing.
math. Thank you.
Yeah.
I think I would just add that when I look at sort of over time, length of stay from the US market, I'm concerned a little bit about that length of stay regressing a bit in the future. I think we're hovering in the 8s or low 9s right now for length of stay from the US collectively. And so I just want to flag that as something for us to be mindful of and keep an eye on.
One of the things I wanted to say about the slides that are at the end. So at the end of your board book, we have these destination gateway air booking trends for events. So the Memorial Day slides are only for the US market. The Golden Week slides are only for Japan market, and the Honolulu Marathon slides are also only for the Japan market.
So Kalani, what can we do to get the visitors? We go over this at the board, but for the members of the public, and what can we do to make sure they stay 8-9 days or longer?
Yeah, I think the first and biggest opportunity is to create new product and make sure that we have fresh product for them to see and do. We know that there are a lot of challenges in terms of capacity for people to do things. That's why we're having to do reservation systems and things like that. And so we need to really think about our investment in the product development side of this, which would fall under the umbrella of destination management, in my opinion. And so that's, I think, the first thing to do, give them more opportunities to create unique and memorable and authentic experiences in a managed way, right? In a way that we can mitigate the negative impacts and amplify the positive ones. And then I think that also has to be coupled with our continued messaging in market about all of those things that visitors can see and do. The shift I think we're making is putting greater emphasis on multi-island trips, because that's a great way for us to continue to develop people's understanding that Hawaii is more than one island, which is still a challenge for us in certain markets. But also to ensure that we're continuing to hit all of our KPIs. Half of them are related to the economic of per person and total expenditures. Multi-island visitation is a really important way to drive some of that, but it also drives that length of stay that I think prompted your question. Thank you.
And that multi-island stay and what you talked about along with branding, it's a combination of both destination management and regenerative tourism and branding, right?
Hand in glove, yes.
Any other questions for Jen? Ely, any from the public?
Seeing none, Chair.
Okay, mahalo, Jen. Appreciate it. Okay, we're gonna go to agenda item number 8. And that's a report and update by the Budget, Finance, and Convention Center Standing Committee of their meeting held on May 23rd, 2023. Ben?
Okay, we met last Tuesday, the Budget, Finance, and Convention Center Standing Committee. First presentation was actually 8B, but I'll go to 8A, and that was Isaac and others reported HTA's financial report for April 2023. We unanimously recommended approval of said financial report. Isaac, do you have anything to add to that?
Thank you, Chair. No, not really. It's amazing how many people actually outside of this room really look at the financial statements. I'm amazed that looking at the HTA financial statements in certain legislators' hands, I thought was very interesting. As promised, I have changed the format of the financial statement. Our financial statements now really look like a CPA prepared financial statements. Chair, if I could just take a few minutes just to go over it, is that okay?
Please. Yeah.
Okay, so the first page, of course, is a table of contents, and it'll drive you to the rest of the pages. Next screen, please. Like in all financial statements, the first page is your balance sheet. And as outside people look at this, they're saying, wow, HTA has $136 million. And so everybody's all shocked, and they make a lot of decisions and conclusions from that. I want you to know only the unencumbered balance of the two left columns is what's available to us, which is approximately $11 million. The other columns on the right, it's all restricted or spoken for. So, it's not really available. So no, we do not have $136 million salted away ready for us to use. We only have a mere $11 million left. That's going to change drastically on July 1st, and that'll be reflected, as we know that we have no funds on that particular date. So it'll be reflected accordingly at that particular date. Talon, next slide. So this is our statement of revenues and expenditures. In layman's terms, that's our P&L or our income statement. So it kind of shows you just for the month, our activities. So again, this month we're showing the EDA tourism grant that Caroline is working on. And if you want to know what the previous month balance is on the bottom of the page. So at the beginning of the month, we had 34, like on the first column, we had 34 million. And then the transactions, now we only have approximately 33 million. Okay, next. Okay, this is probably the most important part of any financial statements you look at for any organization. This is the notes to financial statements. This is the place where we try to disclose as much as possible, which information that we feel. So it's selected management disclosures that we feel that's important to the public. Again, when we present financial statements here at HTA, it's supposed to answer more questions than generate questions. So if you just go down just about halfway, we go through each governmental fund and we show which one is restricted, when it was made. So that's very, very important. And if you go down a little bit more, keep going. Okay, it's very important to know on what basis of accounting that you do. Also, there was a question on governance and organization-wide expenses. So we just want to make sure that everybody knows that the governance is actually for our board meetings and transportation for that kind of stuff in administration.
Isaac, I don't mean to. Just while you're on that, the method of accounting, can you explain modified cash basis and why we have to use that this year, or why we use that? Why it's good to use that?
Oh, well, thank you for that question. A modified cash basis of accounting is what it really means, is that the expenses are on an accrual basis of accounting, right? We record those expenses as we're incurred, but the revenues are on a cash basis of accounting. Those are recorded as we get it. Okay. Going. So again, what we're trying to do, this particular last year, but what we're trying to do in the disclosures is to give you as much information as possible. Two huge expenses we only accrue once a year, and this footnote is probably going to be there for the entire year. And that's one, our ERS payments, right? We only accrue that once a year during our audit. And of course, our health fund payments, we only accrue that once a year. Oh, I'm sorry. And also vacations. Yeah, I forgot about vacations. Go ahead. Okay, other matters, when you look at a financial statement, any financial statement for any companies, other matters is what we want to emphasize. We want to emphasize that we did not receive any fundings from the period July 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2024. Okay, and then that also what that means is our budget is going to change. This is a April financial statement. But as of July 1st, our budgets are all going to change. And in fact, you guys are going to be talking about that later on today. Other than that, I think that's it, right? Yeah. Okay. That's pretty much the financial statements. The budget statements that you do have for the different programs, if you look at the top of the page, is for historical information only. Again, we were not funded as of July 1st. Therefore, those budgets are going to change as of today after you folks deliberate on that. And then at the end of the financial statement, we have the convention center financial statements provided by the convention center management. That's for you to peruse and see what their performance is. On other matters, Chair, if I may. Yeah, so I said that we're doing processes internal control. I've already finished writing the framework for our quality control document. We're now developing the processes that we're going to be following. So basically, what I'm saying is we're going to start auditing ourselves. Before others are going to be auditing us, we're going to start auditing ourselves. When we do internal audits, again, it's going to be on an educational and remedial basis. We're not here to punish anybody when we review people's work. We're here to make sure that people are educated, that we can do better work. There's no such thing as perfect work. So we're going to try to be better and better and better. And every month I will report to you the things that we find and the things that we do. On the convention center roof front, we're moving very, very swiftly on it. We're trying to get the RFP for a project manager and construction manager. As I reported in committee, we've clarified our funding for that particular roof. We have an AOK for the funding. As you know, the way this the funding for the roof was made by the legislature, it was for a 1-year period, July 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2024. Everybody in this room realizes that we're not going to finish the roof in 1 year. So we've also contacted DAGS to make sure that we follow the steps that they told us to follow, that we can encumber the particular amounts to finish our roof project. And actually the roof project is a pretty exciting project. Okay, other than that, Chair, I have nothing further.
Any questions for Isaac?
No.
David?
Isaac, going forward, I think this is our biggest asset, and right now it's our biggest budget item. 64 million kind of dwarfs what the legislature gave or didn't give us, or what the governor might give us, maybe 60 million. But do you have a process of monitoring that the actions and the spend and that kind of thing on a regular basis?
Are you talking specifically about the
Convention center.
operation?
Yeah.
Oh, convention center.
Convention center. Yeah, the spending of the 64 or how it works.
Yeah, so we're going to go through the process, the procurement process, and the money will be coming through HTA, right? And then we'll be paying the convention center management to manage our projects for us.
And do you have bi-weekly meetings or weekly meetings or updates, monitoring meetings, or are
Well,
you planning that? Are you planning that?
Actually, so far we've been having daily meetings.
Okay.
And
Okay.
David, I think we want this project to be one of the best projects in the state. And you know how hard it is when you do state construction, that there's so much bureaucracy in there. So we're trying to cut through as much as we can and just make this a showcase project. And I can say that at the beginning of the project. I hope I can say the exact same thing at the end of the project.
Okay. And just a follow-up. I guess when we went through hearings during the legislative session on prior RFPs, we had situations where different government departments that we work with, HTA works with, had a different story when it came to how we do RFPs, or whether they said they approved it or didn't approve it, or whether they knew what we were doing, or whether they didn't know what we were doing. So would you be willing to consider, or and the board and John, be willing to consider meeting with all the relevant parties, whether it be DAGs, BFS, DBED, the contractors, you know, and HCC? Would you be willing to get all the parties, at least at the beginning, get everybody on the same, I guess, wavelength, and so nobody is going to testify later, hey, I didn't know anything about what was going on, or the progress, or the, you know, the process, right?
Right, so at least you know that I am a consummate accountant, so everything is being documented. All my visits, my daily visits and everything has been documented. Yes, I'll be more than willing to sit down with others to make sure that the project is done well, and all parties has a hand in the success of this particular project.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, Daniel.
So without any other questions, the staff is requesting a motion to approve the April 2023 financial reports as presented at the BFCC Standing Committee meeting and included in the board packets.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Discussion?
Oh, discussion? None? Roll call.
Okay, Chair Cam,
Aye, Elia.
Vice Chair White.
Aye.
Member Agas,
Aye.
Member Arakawa,
Aye.
Member Ching,
Aye.
Member Downing.
Aye.
Member Paishan Duart,
Aye.
Member Yona.
Aye.
Member McCully,
Aye.
Member Minar McNamara is excused. Member After.
Aye.
Member Zane.
Aye.
Motion carries, Chair.
Okay, moving on to, are we doing HC before 8B?
Yeah,
Okay,
just to keep you guys' brain in the same place.
we are going to come back to 8B in a few minutes. This is now agenda item 8C.
I'll start first, Kalani.
Which is various reallocated line items. Daniel and Kalani, you have the floor.
So agenda item 8C in our budget and finance standing committee meeting, Talon presented the reallocated funds from one budget line item to another. This report used to be in the financial reports, but since then it's been separated out. So that's why it's a separate agenda item. All the reallocations were less than $250,000. So there's no action necessary on this. This is just an informational presentation allowing you to know where we've moved some certain budget line item.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Daniel. So members, we covered this at BFCC. I do want to just start with the first one there that Talon has up on the screen for us. This is related to your decision a few months ago related to the China contract, for the Hawaii Tourism China contract. We said that if we were able to use the existing contract funds related to that contract, that we would no longer need what we had prior budgeted there, and it would move into the Marketing Opportunity Fund. So this budget reallocation from 329 through to 380 is that reallocation. Skipping a couple of pages. Sorry, I think we're on page 5 now of that section. We had a couple of issues related to not being able to issue a notice to proceed to NAHA in time. And what it did is we had work that needed to happen. And so some of that work ended up getting procured and contracted or awarded through HTA directly. And what that did is it threw off our line items a bit, because the line items that usually are part of the NAHA contract needed to be used for that work to keep it on track. So what we've done here is we've reallocated the funds around to make sure that we don't have any zeros, and we'll do a supplemental contract to contract 18200 to reduce the amount that we spent internally, and then adjust all this right back. So essentially, this is just to make sure that we didn't have any negative balances in any particular budget line item, mostly related to taking in-market practitioners. We paid 2 invoices directly as opposed to going through NAHA that we would have usually done, because they didn't have the notice to proceed in time. And then we'll go ahead and reduce their overall contract value by the same amount. So the net is going to be 0. This was just to keep things clean and make sure we didn't show any negative balances in any of those markets or in any of these BLIs rather, sorry. Okay. The next ones here, these are reallocations that really reflect some of the deferrals that we've made for various programs. And I think we're going to discuss some of that later. But if members have any questions on these, I'm happy to do so. Again, they're related to the BLIs that you see there listed: route development, campaign effectiveness study, rebranding, creative agency, Go Hawaiʻi, island chapters, global digital marketing strategy, marketing opportunity fund, and then adjusting for cruise, Pono travel education program, Hawaiʻi tourism updates, US MMA, and global market shared resources and talent. If I'm not wrong, this is a record of all of them, right? From, I think, the beginning, cumulative, thank you, that's the word. And so these have already been previously discussed. There's no new ones on page 6. So this is, again, like a historical record of all of them cumulatively. April, cumulative for April. But, oh, I lied. Pink is April. Thanks, Talon. Good thing I'm not colorblind. Pink is April, sorry. And so you'll see the cumulative in the orange, and then pink for the April activity. Thanks. So members, that's all I have. Happy to take questions.
Any questions?
Kalani, is that pink or puce?
Let me check with my creative team. I'll get back to you. It's Hawaiʻi Island Dendrobium orchid inspired.
Daniel, you need a motion on this or you're good? It's no motion, right?
No
It's
action
education, all
necessary.
right?
Any other questions other than color related? Which by the way is how we found this presentation when we asked for the pink and orange slide.
Ben, I
Talon,
have
please
to have-
make note that we'll
Mahina.
change color every month now.
So good question. Just wanted to ask a question whether we're confident that the changes that were made to the contract totals to NAHA is going to be complicit with any rules and so forth.
Yeah, I'll speak to that. Essentially what it is again, with all the challenges that we had on the admin side of the house with Keith's departure and then Mark's departure, there was just backlogs that happened. And one of the unfortunate consequences of that is NAHA didn't receive a notice to proceed early enough in the contract. And so what we'll do is enter into a conversation with Malia, which we've already had, about the reduction. So it's a small reduction. It's mostly related to things that we paid directly for practitioners to go in market. If I'm not mistaken, it was the Canada mission and the Oceania missions that happened earlier in the year. And so the net change will be 0 essentially because we paid it direct instead of going through that vendor. But we'll make sure that a change order documents those changes. That change order is mutually agreed to by the contractor as well as HTA to ensure that it's done appropriately.
Okay, seeing no other questions, let's go back to 8B, which was recommendation of the Budget, Finance, Convention Center Standing Committee on the April financial reports and the update on the 6-year CIP plan, which is a presentation you have in your packet. I'll make some notes on it, and then Terry and Mario are here for any questions. We went through all of the activity, and we have a budget line, or we have a agenda item 9 to go over some of that activity. One of the notes is that we are very, very, very heavy on local events still, and we do not have many citywide or mainland national events coming in. That should start to change in 2024. And then we're short again starting in 26 and 27. And the sales teams are going to need some help to close citywides for 26 and 27. And 24 should be the start of going back towards a 20 times return on investment instead of the 4 to 5 that you see in the packet fairly often. So important note. One call out to two call outs. One is there was some press on the new executive chef, Brooke, who, how long ago did he start, Terry? 3 months ago from Hilton Hawaiian Village, I believe. And then Terry tried to skip the slide, but she won a Pineapple Award recently. So congratulations to Terry. Yeah. Subsequently, Mari went through the 6-year CIP with the exception of obviously the new roof project, which was separately covered already. I'll call out Mari a little bit. I think she crawls under the convention center at night and just holds it up for another day, trying to get these projects done. So we found nothing new or unusual in the 6-year CIP. And ultimately, the committee recommended approval of the April budget and financials as stated. Daniel, anything else?
Mahalo. Not hearing any other questions. The staff is requesting a motion to approve the Convention Center's April 2023 financial reports as presented at the Budget and Finance Standing Committee meeting and included in our board packets.
Moved.
David has a question.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, Chair Cam,
Aye. Mahalo, Elia.
Vice Chair White.
Aye.
Member Agas,
Aye.
Member Arakawa,
Aye.
Member Ching,
Aye.
Member Downey, Member Paishan Duarte,
Aye.
Member Yona,
Aye.
Member McCully,
Aye.
Member Minor McNamara is excused, Member After,
Aye.
and Member Zane.
Aye.
Motion carries, Chair.
Okay, that concludes agenda item number 8.
Okay, mahalo, Ben. I will go to agenda item number 9 and discussion regarding an update on the meetings, conventions, and incentives, market activity and pace report, and Hawaii Convention Center activity and local sales.
Thanks, Chair. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to John Reyes. Thanks, John.
Okay, aloha, everyone. If you can just nod your head so I know that you can hear me clearly, that would be great. All right, thank you. Before I start, I just want to acknowledge my Pacific Islander roots are from Guam, and as you know, Typhoon Mawar hit Guam in the last couple of days. So being from the island, being Chamorro, I just want to recognize and send the best to everybody. Always excited to be here for the HTA board update, global MCI sales. Know there's been conversations during many of the committee meetings on pace, so we will get right into it. In regards to, again, just to remind everybody that we will always be talking to you about sales production, which is new volume of events, and really consumption, what's on the books, and we'll be able to see that in a number of reports. But as we move forward on sales production update, in comparison, many times within our industry, it's always about a year-to-year comparison. So from April 2023 sales production specific to citywide, the message is although definite room night production for the month of April was down, overall year to date, we are up by 56%. And to Ben's point, is our team is very focused in closing business. But more importantly, it's what's in your sales pipeline. And this is really what we need to focus on. If you look at the citywide tentatives for April and the increase from last year, and then all overall, these tentative room nights are room nights we are looking to convert. And as we get into the pace report, I will talk more about this. But this is what you want to know is, of course, what are you booking, but what do you have in the pipeline? So you can see that positive increase in the tentative production. For the last couple of months, we really have focused on the convention center and production based on questions by the legislators. But what's really good is this board is starting to want to also know what are the activities that we're doing. So one of the most important things in our industry is being associated with key industry associations. So Meeting Professional International is a great organization for single property meetings. So we're very active and involved in doing seminars to educate single property sellers, but also opportunities for citywide. Professional Conference Management Association, this is a core group of senior level executives that plan a lot of convention center business. So we are very much a strategic partner of PCMA. So we were part of a partner summit presenting Hawaii to those particular customers. Also, a very strong market for us is the incentive market. So financial insurance conference planner, cultural responsibility webinar, which is obviously, you know, the great thing about MCI groups is they're the right groups to come to Hawaii because they're respectful and they're organized. And then we had a great meeting with Momentum customer education trip of over 20 customers coming to Hawaii. What's really nice from now through starting in January, we've had close to 200 customers, MCI customers, come to Hawaii and the opportunity to talk about their potential programs in the future. As you know, we do global sales covering really Korea, Japan, Oceania, Southeast Asia. So we have been very active in the Japan market on workshops with MICE agencies. Japan is really starting to pick up in the single property and especially the citywide areas. We participated to really, as Kalani talked about, exponentially manage or increase our efforts. So joint with Hawaii Tourism Japan in sponsoring Japan MCI customers at the sales summit. We are currently working on an Oceania 2025 RFP that we're very excited about. This last week, there was a great citywide that was in from Oceania. Chris is doing an excellent job, and we're seeing a lot of citywide interest from Oceania. And then we are working with HTA Korea in regards to a sales event in conjunction with the Lieutenant Governor's Korea visit.
John, can I pause you there?
Sure.
So members of the board, I really just want to call attention to this because it's going to be a little bit of a heavier lift for us. We've been in coordination with Dennis Ling over at DBED in support of the Lieutenant Governor's delegation trip to Korea later this year in October. Part of what we're doing is working with the director and, you know, Dennis to make sure that HTA is supporting that delegation trip. It'll include both our leisure contractor, Hawaii Tourism Korea, as well as our on-the-ground lead, Emily, from our MCI, Meet Hawaii team. And so really putting together our usual sales activities that we do for MCI and leisure, but making sure that it's completely integrated with and supportive of the broader goals of the Lieutenant Governor's delegation trip in October. So we, in fact, just had a meeting yesterday coordinating our team, both on the Meet Hawaii as well as Hawaii Tourism Korea side. And then we'll continue our coordination with Dennis and the contractor that they've retained for that delegation trip as well. Thanks, members.
Okay, so again, activities, production. Again, I think the positive thing here is really looking at the potential for citywides and those tentatives and the pace and the percentage. Now what we'll do is talk a lot about future pace and consumption, which I know a lot of conversation happens. I was able to attend last Tuesday's Finance Budget Convention Center meeting, was there as a panelist for any kind of questions to support. And there were certainly questions on future pace, which is, again, important to understand where we are and where we're going. So one of the things that we've been tracking is really, board member Awakawa was asking, what are the increases in events? So the good news is we continue to show pickup in citywide bookings. You can see from the 10th to this particular date in 2025, the addition of one citywide program, and then in 27, an addition of one more. So we've gone from 47 to 49. And again, our overall short-term strategy was really trying to get 77 events to be booked from 23 to 2027. So we're very focused on that. And you'll see why that's important as we get to the future pace report. So again, the good news here is I just would like to remind the board that I think almost a year ago, when we talked about 2023 numbers, they pretty much reflected 26 numbers, and even 24 numbers were down. And so the important thing for the board to understand, and I just had morning conversations with our citywide team, is that citywides are getting much shorter in their booking window. The average historical booking window for Hawaii is 5 years. But as we know, that in 20 and 21, we had COVID. So citywide planners were busy relocating and moving their meetings that they had to cancel. So why you're seeing such an incredible strong pace in 24 and 25 is that we are working with citywide customers as they have a shorter booking window. So thanks to Daniel, for 2023, we have 63,553 definite room nights. We should be at 72,000. So we have a 20% gap there. 2024 and 2025, we still are, the good news is we still have interest in people booking Hawaii and the convention center. So again, when you look at 2026 at 57%, what we're saying is it's 2023 now, that within that 2-year booking window that we're seeing, and it's a trend we're seeing among our competition, that we are really talking to many citywide customers, and you go back to those tentatives to try to convert those numbers. And again, obviously 27 and 28. The interesting thing about 27 is we are waiting for a big citywide convention to sign that's going to be worth about 40,000 room nights. And 2028, we just got a big lead that I talked to one of our sellers about. It's confidential right now. So again, we should be focused on the deficits, but I want to let you know about the 2-year trends. And I think what I would add to this is that, we're not expecting to get, our budget, like all budgets, were cut. So we understand that there are reasons why there are X number of dollars, but really we would love to have the conversation of scaling up. If you can look at our pace, it basically tells you that story. And I think, there was conversations prior to this, before this particular item. And it's really about sales power, which is your sales team. When I took over in 2020, we had 5 citywide sellers. We have 3. We got global sales. And so we've had to really shift dollars around. So really, I think, those areas of sales power, of staffing, really more activities, is something that's important to talk about. Also, what I want to bring up is the power of MFF, the Marketing Flexibility Fund. When I first came on board, there was concern by the board that we were using incentives, which are committed by year, to help close business. And every destination has an incentive program. When I was chief sales officer at San Francisco Travel, I had a $2 million incentive program, and we had criteria. Even San Francisco had to competitively offer incentives. The important thing for you as a board to know is that we now use these incentives, the MFF, the Marketing Flexibility Fund, to close business. We do not open it. If there's a strong piece of business that we want to close, then we'll start to evaluate based on building rental, F&B spend, and really qualifying whether that incentive will close business. So just a quick mention of that. Regarding the convention center roof, and you're always excited if your chief account is excited about a project. So one of the things when it comes to sales production that I wanted to bring up to the board is, we are excited about the $64 million roof repair and how it will impact. Long term, there's going to be good news. We'll have a fully functional building once the roof repair is completed. On the short term, we're navigating 25 and 26 opportunities based on that pace. And just saying again, the message to the customer is that it's being addressed. And as soon as we get any updates, and I'm sure Terry can talk about timelines and schedules, or we can collectively talk about it, that's the #1 question by customers. And I think one of the most important things is working with the convention center, ourselves, Kalani, John Monahan. We have put together a definite and tentative letter that basically tells customers the roof repair that you've been reading about We have funding for it. And as soon as we get any information, we will continually update. So our citywide sellers are calling both definites and tentatives in each of the years to make sure and see what questions they may have. But we are moving forward aggressively to ensure those booking patterns. And then finally, on single property, I just want to bring this up that single property becomes important because it helps offset during construction. And so we're looking for creative options for large bookings and talking to many of the hotels. They remain valuable during the roof repair. Our focus will be on citywide. This was a similar strategy we employed when I was in San Francisco, just to use that as an example, during the Moscone expansion, because you want to make sure that you have pipeline and room nights coming in. And again, we just look to increase those opportunities in 25 and 26. So mahalo for your time. That's my report, and I'm sure there may be some questions and ready to answer them. Hopefully that was informative.
Let's go. Ben has the question and then David after that.
Okay.
Kalani, you go
I
first.
want to add something real quick. As you folks consider the future pace report, I think we've discussed this in the past, but it's important just to remind everyone that the kind of citywide is important, the timing that it happens, what the need periods are that the hotels have identified, where we have capacity for them. And so there's some complexity to this as well in looking at what kind of business is good business for Hawaiʻi in the future. So I just want to thank John and his team for staying in close communication with partners on that topic. And then I also want to thank Terry and her team, as well as John, for communicating with our current clients about what's happening in the building in the near future. So mahalo, everyone.
John, can you give us an idea? You mentioned 5 people down to 3. Can you give us an idea of what your budget looks like now versus 2018 or 2019?
Yes.
And, second part of the question, how much the MFF has changed, if at all, as well?
Yeah, so to the first part, when I came on board in 2020, we had about a $6.9 million budget, and 55% of that would go to citywide and 45 would go to single property. Currently, right now, we are at 4.5 million. So I'm operating for citywide about 2.5. We're doing everything we can to make sure that we leverage the dollars. We certainly understand all the things that happen. So, sales is like a car. You got to have the gas money to go to point A to point B. So again, we're not expecting to be at that number again, but we'd love to pace up and build that when it comes to staffing and programs. And additionally, we took on global sales and really absorbed it into the 4.5 million. So they're doing really well. So that's the answer to that question. MFF is a great question, Ben. We have about 850,000 that we use per calendar year. And then what's not used, we talked to Kalani about the carryover. So there are dollars to carry over. And, the biggest issue there is, for example, in calendar year 23, we have $471,500 committed with an 850 budget. So we will have some dollars left over to transfer into 24. But the important thing about MFF is it's committed dollars. It's dollars that the customer contractually expects. And Terry, I don't know if you want to add anything about MFF that I might have missed.
Yes. So the way marketing flexibility funds work is that as John and his team are booking business for future years, they're committing to dollars for a particular year, for a particular piece of business to incentivize them to come here. And as we roll into that calendar year, that cumulative dollar amount for all the contracted marketing flexibility funds that we've committed to in contracts are then rolled up, and that total is put into John's budget for MFF. So to John's point, it is committed funds in contracts as an incentive to incentivize the group to select our city. And it's incentive money is done in every city. If it's
if you're not giving incentives, you're not going to get the business. I mean, that's kind of how it is now. They expect a free building and they expect incentive dollars to help them defray costs, whether it's for transportation or in-house expenses, such as food and beverage and or Wi-Fi or transportation.
You know, when I started on the HTA, I don't know if you guys remember, I used to bust you guys up about MFF, and I used to say, why do we need that? You know, and then John is smiling, but then you guys explained to me, and maybe you can give a example like American Dental, why we need MFF or these incentives to get 20,000 people here, 40,000 room nights, 20,000 room nights. Why for something like American Dental? I think that was one of the hugest projects we brought in.
You want me to explain that, John? I mean, American Dental is an exception. We call it a whale account. They bring in 20,000 delegates. It's such a large conference and they host a lot of exhibitors, and associations make their money through exhibit fees. They charge exhibitors to pitch their 10 by 10 tent in their exhibit hall and sell their product. When they come to Hawaii, because we are considered a medium-sized convention center, our exhibit space is smaller, so they lose exhibitors when they come to Hawaii. And part of the deal was, the incentive was that we would bridge the gap to the revenue loss that they would have to incur by coming to Hawaii, because they would not be able to host as many exhibitors here. That cost was roughly about $1 million. So I think the average for American Dental is 1.5 in incentive fees. $1 million of that goes to offset their loss of exhibitor fees to come to the state of Hawaii. But the return on that investment is huge because they bring in, as David mentioned, 20,000 delegates. It's truly a citywide. Every single hotel is filled. And when they ask for more rooms, because sometimes their registration increase, as we all know, we went through this with other events that have come through the center. It's hard to find additional inventory because hotels are maxed out.
Yeah, I would just add more recent, a better or a stronger, a good example is American Chest Physician that's going to be here in October. It's a full building user, and we've committed about $175,000 to them. We got that piece of business because we were up against other destinations that were, quite frankly, offering more. The three challenges for citywides is perception. People look at us as Las Vegas. Are people really going to come to the meeting? It's expensive and length of time. So I think the biggest difference that we've committed to HTA is this incentive is not used upfront. I don't immediately go to you, Dave, and say, hey, if you come to Hawaii, I'm going to give you this money. Yeah. I'm going to qualify you. And then as we get closer to conversations of decisions and people are telling us, you know, San Francisco's or LA or Orlando are offering this, they don't expect us to match that, but they expect us to come back with something that demonstrates our commitment and helps to them offset the costs and expense so they can go to their board and go, we're going to Hawaii. They've shown us that when people come, attendance it's up. And it's funny, the question was about length of stay. There's an incredible opportunity for pre and post opportunities. We're doing the Meet Hawaii redesign for our website, and we're going to have on the microsites for people that are attending. Hey, you know what? Come early, stay late. So that helps with the length of stay and the per person spend of an MCI group. Again, everything that we do is important as a collective. But I think your question on MFF, that's a natural reaction that everybody gets. Why do you need this? Just book the business. Well, you know, think about when you go and buy a car. You know, there's some kind of incentive going on that helps you get in that car and drive away. So I think Chest Physician, and the great thing about Chest Physicians, they're already talking to them about future years. And then Chest Physician talks to other customers. And you just want to be known in the industry that you understand the business and that you're willing to do reasonably an expectation of doing business. So.
Sure. Hi, yeah, as a board member who hasn't heard this subject category developed the way we have this morning, how are these funds actually characterized in terms of the incentive? Are these credits against charges? There's got to be guardrails. These aren't $100 bills passed from one hand to another. So what is the exact guardrail or restrictions on these funds?
So basically, the funds have to be spent on a Hawaii-based business. There's different categories of destination support, transportation. We have to have an invoice, and payment isn't cleared until we verify. So no, in fact, I think that's an important subject matter. We don't give this money to a customer. Basically, through the negotiation, Terry and I are constantly evaluating the opportunities on rental, food and beverage spend, minimum of 250,000, 300,000. And then if they start meeting criteria, there's actually an MFF worksheet that has to have a tax ratio of 4 times, and the convention center has to make money. There are some cases where that ratio may be down, but it's an incredible piece of business for EEI. But I think most importantly to your question is no, we don't give money out. They're handled through a process with Tom Mullen, our Chief Operating Officer, Kalani, Terry, there's sign-offs, but there are guardrails specifically. And Terry, I don't know if I'm missing anything in that description.
No, I think you're right. And the meeting planners also kind of tell us how much they're expecting in incentives. Some of them may say, well, because we can't get enough inventory of accommodations near the hotel where it's walking distance and they have to travel, maybe out further, that they're required to now incur expenses for more transportation. That's what this incentive dollars would be for.
And then board members, if I could just add to that process. So like John and Terry have described, there is a form that we're using out of Simple View that helps us to really qualify each of these opportunities to utilize MFF. It goes through their rigorous process of evaluating it like they've mentioned and described. And then what happens is it comes to Terry as the general manager of HCC for a signature. And then it moves to Reyes for his signature, Tom Mullen as CFO, and then over to me at HTA for the final HTA approval on our side. So there is a rigorous process anytime MFF funds are utilized.
Okay. John, can we go back to slide on page 8, the booking trend, the consumption booking trend?
Let me share. I don't have the numbers, so are you talking future pace or?
Oh, no, that
Here?
The booking trend consumption. Yeah, that's the one.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, in the past, this shows from 2020, but in the past, before COVID, we used to have those numbers. You guys turned over those numbers to the Ways and Means Committee and the House Budget Committee, and it showed all the way back to like maybe 2010 or I don't know, 2015. And we were averaging 20 citywides before the pandemic, the last 2 or 3 years before the pandemic, over 20. I think one year we had 25 or 27 in 1 year. But you were fully staffed, right? You had $6 whatever million, and you had five people selling. So with COVID, your budget was almost cut in half for the citywides, I think, 2.5, and or cut substantially, and you've lost some people. So back to the original question by Ben Rafter, based on those cuts in budget and in staff that you had to take because of COVID or because of the roof, what would be an incremental, not go back full staff, full budget right away, but what would you advise as an incremental bump if we were to consider your budget or giving some money this year to try and get higher? Because 2026 to 2030, I know that's the booking window is shorter, but to bring those numbers up, the pipeline numbers up, what do you need incrementally?
Yeah. So if I had a magic wand, I think a minimum of $1 million, and that would go to staffing, help me offset the global sales expense so I can return that back to marketing and allow us to really do programs and events and advertising that we could do. But again, I emphasize the fact that, you want to pace at what can be provided. And we talked about this at a past board meeting about what the number was. And I think we talked about $1 million. But if that can't happen, again, $500,000, anything to help towards, like you said, is what I call sales power, which is a combination. If you have an organization and you have sellers, it's people intensive. If your salesperson is your generator, but then they need programs and support and activities. And what we've done this year, just off note, is we've done a lot of strategic partnership with hotels and other partners because we don't have the full dollars to do the program, but we can leverage that opportunity to get people here. So hopefully that answers your question, David.
And the ROI right now is about $4, but pre-pandemic it was 26 or 23 to 25 ROI. Is that correct?
Yeah, and what I just recognize is for the calendar year, we reported that we did 14 bookings at I think 144,339 million of EEI, and that's 22 was really the runway where we had 3 sellers. So I use 22 as an example of, and that's why you're seeing the pace in 24 and 25, because in 22, with that 2-year short-term opportunities, and planners are now planning their meetings because they've relocated and they're back on. And so there's this kind of focus to start booking again. If you can do that with 3, you can imagine what you can do that with additional staff in the different programs.
Good question. I think you said earlier you were trying to return to 20 per $1, or was it?
Returning to pre-pandemic ROI.
With the current, where we are with current costs, that's the realistic number to get to?
Yes.
Members, if I could just add, so I think one of the things to also think about is in 2020 at the procurement of this contract, we made a shift to make it truly a global team and to really empower the team to have global responsibility for MCI. And so I note that that's a shift as well. I also just want to note that, I think my recommendation is that if we recognize the importance of the state's asset, which is this building and its ability to generate economic impact beyond its 4 walls, we really have to think about what we're investing in to leverage it to the best it can be. And so, like they've all said, incrementally, Reyes is recommending $1 million. I just want to keep in mind that we were at 7, we're down to 4.5, excluding MFF. That's just the base for citywide and single property. And so if you think about the production and the work and what everybody's absorbing to keep going in a really challenging time, not only because of the uncertainty with the roof and whether or not it would be repaired, et cetera, but also just the uncertainty of our funding as HTA and the ability to continue the work.
Mm-hmm.
And will the funds be there in the future? The manpower side of it, the people side of it, really is a challenge to manage through that uncertainty. And so it's not only the budget cuts that have made it difficult, it's the human side too. Thanks.
And one last thing, this legislative session, if the legislature sent any message, it was that we should invest in the convention center, right? There were those 2 bills, right? House Bill 1375, and they lifted the $28.5 million cap. They gave 64 million. And I think they might have given some operational money. And there was that other bill to combine the marketing and the operation of the convention center. Those bills made it all the way to conference committee, right? And so that's a clear message from the legislature that this is an investment. Building is an investment, and they want to see it succeed. And that's why that bill on the marketing, combining marketing and operations, right? So I think if we're going to heed things that the legislature is telling us, I think those two bills are telling us that this is an important building, like Kalani said, and it could make the state a lot of money, and it could go towards destination management and regenerative tourism. It will support our pillars. Thank you.
If I could just add one final thought, particularly around MFF. The budget that we've allocated in prior years, so calendar 22 and calendar 23 was 850,000. That's a very nominal number. I recognize it's a lot of money, but in the broad scheme of things, it's a pretty nominal number. Just for context, if we think about IPW that our team attended just a few days ago yesterday, some destinations are bidding in kind and cash $2 million to even just walk in the door to bid for that book of business. And so if you think about that in context, that's some of the opportunities and challenges we have ahead of us. Thanks.
Any other questions? Okay. Paul? Paolo, John?
John, are you done?
Oh, sorry. Yes.
No, if you Paolo, we Paolo. Checking with you.
Okay, bye.
Paolo, not Paolo. Paolo.
Wow, okay.
Okay, waka cow.
Okay.
Hey, thanks. Anything else? Okay, we'll take an 11-minute break if nothing else. And then lunch is available. Yes, so everybody grab your lunch too. It's a working lunch. Okay, Malo.
Good.
Oh, we already do. Yeah. And even speakers, we have a speaker list and all kinds.
Oh, shit.
Okay, Chair, ready to go whenever you are.
Okay, mahalo Ili here. Right now we're gonna go to agenda item number 10. But I'll give Caroline a little bit of time.
I remember when you and I were together, you were headed to a meeting at San Diego. 6 months ago, 8 months. How long did I?
Okay, we'll go to agenda item number 10, and that's a presentation, discussion, and action on DLNR's proposed EDA project. Caroline?
Okay. Thanks, Chair. Aloha, everyone. I just wanted to share or talk about the next agenda item. So at the last board meeting, the board voted not to approve the EDA funding for the Waikiki Snorkel Trail. Main reasons were ocean safety and user conflict. Thereafter, the board meeting, staff called a meeting with DLNR, Division of Aquatic Resources, as well as Chair Cam and Ho'okahua Chair Downing, as well as HTA staff. And we met, and the meeting was held on May 2nd. And the purpose of the meeting was for DLNR to share out, the intention of the snorkel trail, and also to hear the concerns from our board members. And I felt like it was a very healthy discussion. And from that, DLNR has revised their proposal, and this is what staff is bringing forward to the board for approval. I'd like to introduce Ryan Okano. He's the program manager for DLNR's Division of Aquatic Resources, and Chelsea Wolke. She is the program manager for the Hawaiʻi Coral Reef Aquatic Resources. Coral Reef Initiative with the University of Hawaii to share with you their proposed project. And let me share the screen.
First off, thank you guys for inviting you guys to you guys' space. I know you guys busy, everybody busy. You guys got a lot of important things to discuss. But and I also appreciate the interest you guys have in this project. I mean, it tells me you guys did not deny it, but nobody gonna deny something if they're not interested or they never spend time looking at it and stuff like that. So I get it. And ultimately we all want what is best for Hawaii. So thank you. So let's start off. We're here to talk about our Oahu Coral Restoration Project proposal. The purpose of this project is to enhance living coral resources at an existing degraded South Shore dive site, maybe in a 25 to 40-foot depth zone off of Koalo, Waikiki, or Mananoa. So, we never fully decide yet. This is what we're pitching. We kind of see what you guys like do. And we also, plan to talk to the people too, the people of Hawaii to figure out what is best. The timeline is June 2023 to December 2026. We break it up into 2 phases. The first phase is the year 1 planning. And during this part, we plan to engage stakeholders heavily, communities, resource users, along with the scuba tour dive industry, if that's the route we plan to go. We plan to conduct baseline assessments at target sites. This is to determine if they are appropriate for coral restoration, host stakeholder meetings to nominate additional sites and capture feedback. And the last part of that is evaluate and integrate stakeholder input to finalize a project site. During the next phase, it'll go from year 2 to year 4. We still plan to continue engaging community. We plan to develop and begin long-term management that is community supported, sustainable, and adaptable. And we plan to actually do the implementation during this time. That would be like growing the coral and putting it on a reef. And we may end up putting urchins if that's what is deemed appropriate. We'd also grow urchins at our facility on Sand Island. And we're also going to do some monitoring to make sure the corals are doing okay. Some of the sites that we've been talking about within our internal radar is there's a dive site off of Kewalo. There's a pipe out there and a couple other dive sites. There's a couple of dive sites in Waikiki. They refer to them as the canyons. Oh, wrong way of going. Sure. Oh yeah, sorry. There you go. Oh yeah, and the last place was eyeing up was Mauna Loa, and there's I guess a crater over there and some canyons also. And you know, these places, yeah, they're used by tourists, but locals go there too. I myself have done charter dives in Hawaii, charter snorkels when I visit places, and I have dove at one of these sites. I forget exactly which one, but in Mauna Loa Bay. When I was in grad school, my professor sent me out there to go check out the limu out there, and we hopped on a charter dive with some professors from out of town. You know, I had to show them around, take them out. Yeah, but so locals do use these places too, and like if a local wants to learn how to dive, they usually got to go through these guys. Now we're going to talk about the project outcomes. First one is the aquatic resources. We anticipate the aquatic improvements with the ecosystem, increased habitat, fish biomass, and live coral cover, and increasing resilience to bleaching. The next one is Hawaii visitors and residents. Visitors and residents are informed of Hawaiian species being restored and how to protect and preserve Hawaii's aquatic resources. Users participate in low-impact nature-based tourism activities, increase recreation opportunities within the project site. And here we see as an awesome opportunity. You know, we do have a lot of land-based trails demonstrating restoration things, but you know, I think so this would be kind of like the first one on the marine side in the ocean, dealing with corals in Hawaii. So, and we feel like people will learn from that. You know, they'll see these modules, they'll get curious about it. They'll probably want to learn more about it, and that will hopefully promote them to understand the concern and start to care about the resources better, and which is a win-win for everybody. The next one is local businesses. You know, if it is the charter dive group thing that we're going to do, then they'll probably be the target of this, along with other businesses. Education outreach programming provided to local businesses and community members, improve visitor satisfaction and perception of aquatic resources in a high-use area. And the final group is researchers and scientists, increased knowledge of Hawaiian reef restoration practices, engagement in developing and implementing coral restoration, and increased opportunity for early career professionals. And you know, and this is a place where we feel like we also, our division can gain a lot. The Division of Aquatic Resources, we manage coral restoration in Hawaii, meaning like if you want to touch coral, you got to get a permit from us. So there, you know, coral restoration, the interest of it is growing in Hawaii, so, and we do receive more permits. And for us to, you know, gauge these things and justify it accordingly and judge what is appropriate and what is not, we got to be practicing too. We got to be going out there and doing it and learning ourselves. So that's, you know, this funding, this project will also help us be at the level where we can do a better job at managing coral restoration overall in Hawaii. And just a little bit about corals and coral restoration in Hawaii. We got 65 species of corals in Hawaii, and that's a little bit compared to other places. You know, I've spent some time in the Marianas myself, and they have like hundreds of species of corals. But what is great, what is interesting is of this 65, 25% is endemic to Hawaii, meaning it can only be found in Hawaii. So if we don't take care of these guys and they disappear from Hawaii, they're gone from the world. You know what I mean? So just something to note. And another interesting point is, you know, here in Hawaii, we're relatively in cooler waters for corals, and that results in a lower growth rate, slow growth rate, 1 to 2 centimeters a year. And our reefs tend to be in higher wave energy areas compared to other places like in the Caribbean and Florida and stuff like that, where they also do coral restoration. Because of this unique situation, we gotta do unique stuff. So we focus on bouldering reef building species. We focus with restoration on larger coral colonies that are more resilient to environmental changes and creative situations to meet the demand with slow growing species. So when corals are a certain size, they can handle stressors better than a small coral. Just like humans, you know, babies, they kind of weaker compared to adults, you know. The same thing translates to corals for Hawaii. on a worldwide scale, there's a lot of coral restoration happening in the world. Other places like Florida, South Pacific, and the other Caribbean islands like Puerto Rico and stuff like that, they've been more advanced with coral restoration. Their corals, especially on the Atlantic side, has been more suffering more issues, more problems. They tend to focus on branching corals. You know, the water condition over there is not as rough as Hawaii, so they can do different things. Like branching corals is more, you know, more weak, more easy for break. We don't do those ones. We don't even have some of these species anyway. And you know, these things like coral trees, you can imagine that in a high surf event in Hawaii. That kind of stuff not gonna work. So, you know, just to point out, there is differences, and we are kind of learning in Hawaii as we go. You know, the corals in these other places, they grow much faster. So, you know, these type of trees and strings, they work better. They go like 15 to 25 centimeters, and we're at like 1 to 2. Yeah. So just a little touch about coral restoration throughout the world. Now we're gonna move to our nursery. Then this is what we do at our Sand Island facility. So we start off with a piece of coral, like about 10 centimeters, something like that. And then it's important to note that corals grow on the edge. You know, they don't grow in a center because no can grow in a center. There's no space, but so they grow on the edges. That's where they grow. So what we take this 10 centimeter piece and we cut them down into like 100 1 centimeter squares. So what we did now, we created so much more edge, which is going to result in so much more growth. So what we do then is we take these small pieces and we glue them to that cement pyramid down there. And then what happens in like about a year, these squares are going to grow. And remember, these squares all came from the same guy. So when they grow and they touch each other, they merge together and they form one whole colony. So, you know, this 42 centimeter corner to corner, so the biggest way, 42 centimeter, represents 25 years of coral growth. So bigger, the better. Bigger corals produce more habitat. Bigger corals can help protect our shores better, shoreline protection, you know, and it also is more carbon sequestration. So bigger is good. And it, you know, getting at the size refuge stuff. We don't want to be putting out small stuff because they're going to make fast from stressors. Bigger stuff, they last longer. The coral nursery our coral nursery has been around for a while, and we just wanted to highlight a few milestone stuff that we're proud about that we wanted to share with you guys. So far, we put out 150 modules with a survivorship rate of 97%. We recently did a project in Hanauma Bay, and that we had completed that. We outplanted the first novel structure for large branching coral species. So that top picture, that's the one. That's a coral that can really a lot of branches, and it started off on a like a cat scratching pole, almost was like the kind of like stuff coming out, you know, so to create those branches. So that's the first time somebody did that. We outplanted a 1 meter coral that took us less than a year to grow. So that's that diamond shaped module down there. And we also had this story where in Kaneohe Bay, get this rare coral that only exists there, and bleaching was coming. So our staff would go out there, grab some, put them in our ark just in case. And when bleaching would come, that corals would almost die all the way. And so this is an endemic one right here. So what we did was we grew it in the at our nursery, and then we grew it big, and then we put it back out on the reef after the bleaching, and that's the coral right there. That was that second from the bottom. That one you cannot even tell was on module already. So this is a rare coral that we kind of like help build up its population in Kaneohe Bay. We're the first nursery to grow and outplant a 24 centimeter coral in less than a year, and we've established a rare Hawaiian coral ark. So we get all corals from all over Hawaii. We're trying to get all the different species, but we're focusing on the rare ones now, and we're just holding them there just in case something bad happened. At least we get to see or reproduce. Some of these is only one place you can find them is in Hawaii. So I'll close off the presentation, but I'm open them up for questions.
How many other projects are out there for growing coral right now?
Coral restoration?
Yeah.
How much for me to get out there? Maybe like half a dozen, I would say.
Yeah, outside of the coral nursery, DART does permit at least a dozen projects. DART itself, the coral nursery has 4 right now.
Okay, so you have a big project with NOAA?
No.
That's coming up? No?
Not.
It was in the paper?
That's not us. That is CI.
Conservation International, they're the main guys, but we are part of their team. We're not receiving any funds from those grants, but we are part of it. And the main purpose I there is to learn, and we want to be at the front and learning what's going on. What are the factors they're considering when making their decisions, and see how it goes and learn from their process.
Are you also a part of the Malama Mauna Lua grant?
We
Makutumakai?
work
Just
with
get-
Malama Mauna Lua Coral Restoration, and that is the one we work with is get like Malama Mauna Lua, us, Hawaii Institute of Marine Biology, UH. We kind of in that project, but I don't know too much about that one myself. It was another guy that kind of started that partnership, and he left us, but we are still part of that group because we was there originally. Yes, so yes.
So there is
one
coral
project,
going on.
coral restoration.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay. Thank you.
Hey, it looks like you have a great program. So when you receive, one of our concerns at HTA is that there's a recognition that there is substantive change occurring in terms of our resource and cultural support. And so for our community's interests. So how does DLNR provide that interaction with the user? The way, for instance, at a trail, were you here earlier for the Kauai? I mean, they're doing a fantastic job there, educating the visitor as to the why, not just the what, right? So is DLNR have that as a part of their program when you're working with these groups that go diving, for instance, on these sites? Do they have a point of interaction with their client base where DLNR provides signage for what DLNR is doing to support coral?
Oh, I would say, I would say we do that a little bit, but not at the level that we could be doing to be effective and if, to make the biggest impact. But we see this project, especially coming from the HTA, as an opportunity to kind of build that out, in a proper way. You know what I mean? Hearing from you guys on the just being here today and listening to you guys, what you guys thinking and what kind of stuff you guys interested in, that just opened my eyes too. So I would say, this kind of limited, but we plan on doing that kind of stuff.
Great.
For this project in particular.
Yeah.
We talked about like outreach material, working with the scuba charter guys and seeing, how we can use these corals in the ocean. When people go see them, how can we use that as a jumping point for them to learn more about it and thus take care of these resources better.
Great. I'm glad that you found that interesting and hopefully inspirational in some respects, because part of the Kuleana is what they popularly call breaking the silos. So DLNR is a state agency, and they may choose to work with us or may choose to request funds, and we may provide grants. There's no shalls at this point. We can't tell you what to do specifically as a department, and I don't think we attach a lot of strings, do we, Carolyn? Yeah, so collaboration is best done in a friendly fashion versus brotherly. All right, thank you very much and good luck with your program.
Mahalo. Mahalo for your presentation, Ryan. Good to see you here. Couple questions. One is, of the 65 coral species that are present in Hawaii, how many of those, what are the corals that exist naturally occur and habitate in Waikiki?
Waikiki.
Mm-hmm.
It depends where you look at Waikiki. I'm gonna let Chelsea, talk about this too, but I will give my perspective on Waikiki. Mahina knows, but a lot of you guys don't know. But my background is Limu. That's what I learned. I learned Limu from Dr. Isabella Abbott. So I'm pretty strong with my Limu skills. As I understand it, Waikiki predominantly was Limu kala and coralline crustose algae. So and I get that. But we also acknowledge that there's certain areas that corals did exist. And if you go out there, like for example, one of the original places was proposing was Caimanas. You go out there, you go to the right, you go over there, you get Porites lobata and stuff like that, get corals over there.
Yeah.
And that was the original place we was thinking of putting it there. But, based on user conflict, we kind of reassess. So Waikiki in particular, Passalapara meandrina is another one that is pretty common over there too. It's kind of, the cauliflower coral. is another one that is pretty popular, common over there that I've seen. Those ones is really susceptible to bleaching. But they're kind of all over the place too, kind of weird, they grow fast. Like I get, kind of fast, they grow fast, they refer to as weedy, but I guess because of that, they don't invest too much in protecting themselves. They just grow fast. And then so when bleaching comes, they die. A lot of them die, in Kona side, a lot of them died. And just coming back on the side, the cauliflower coil. But I will let Chelsea take a crack and answer that question too.
So particularly for Waikiki, we focus on reef building corals. So there's primarily only four coral species that we focus on because, rare corals aren't the foundation of our reefs. So I will say four, but what's important to know is although we're proposing Waikiki as a site, we're only going to select one site out of these three different locations. And that's where the first year of planning is going to come in, where our diving assessments are going to help determine what site has the greatest need based on the risk, other factors like tourism. And, just because a reef is a tourist site doesn't mean it needs to be restored necessarily. So the three sites are just proposed, but the narrowing down of where it will occur will happen within the first year. And that will require us to do the site assessments and in water surveys to determine what exact species we want to focus on, because their species growth rates vary as well. Our average is 1 to 2 centimeters, but we want to make sure we're focusing on those reef building species based on the need.
Mahalo, Chelsea. As a follow-up question, as we heard with our Kauai partners, and I'm pretty sure you folks have this in place, but I would like to just clarify, is part of your methodology for, conducting your initial assessments going to include traditional ecological knowledge as well? Will you be going out to cultural practitioners, longtime users of these areas to source information that can help to bolster your understanding?
We would love to do that. We kind of was working through a core restoration plan that called out a few places. It called out Waikiki was one of them, Panama Bay, Kealakekua, Kaupulehu, Poluwalu. It called out these places. And before we let the plan go public as a draft, we called meetings with each of these places. So we had 5 separate meetings to make sure they were okay with us putting their place in this plan. And we just shoot it out, and who come to the meeting is whoever come, but we appreciate those people that come. But if you guys get people that we can directly go to and talk to, we would be happy to do that. We do need that information, and we want that information. We see this interaction with everybody and anybody to making the project more beneficial to everybody if we can account for the inputs, I guess you could say. So we tried that at a certain level. I don't know if we got pretty sure we never get everybody. I know we never get everybody because we invited Keone, but he never come. But I'm not downing him for that, because everybody busy, but he get his crack right now. So here it is.
No, mahalo for that. I think we all know, sometimes when whether it's an HTA puts out the call for community to come forward, or if it's DLNR or Department of Interior recently has been conducting, stakeholder input sessions. Sometimes I think we all know as an engagement strategy to have a nonprofit partner to be the ones to put out the call will sometimes be a better way to draw people. But anyways, I think that as a recommendation. And then the second, I guess the last recommendation would be when you think through your communications plan, it's just we as HT are really trying to strengthen our communications. We have solid communications strategies already, but we are also trying to level up and just be able to articulate the multiple benefits that comes from any project that's funded by by public tax dollars. So all the climate resilience benefits, all of the, cultural perpetuation benefits, and you already spoke to some of the education benefits, I think is all going to help everyone involved. Yeah, mahalo again for your folks' presentation.
Thank you, Marina.
I'd like to ask some questions if I can, because I don't know anything about growing anything. even though I represent agriculture. I wanted to ask you, when you used words in your presentation that we do in agriculture, you know, you said how you want to protect, you said the coral, but basically you're protecting our surrounding waters with all that you're doing with your education. Do you provide, when you did do you provide tours to students to go and look what you're doing with the propagation of your coral, and
I'll let Chelsea
is
speak.
that
to
an
this.
opportunity?
DAR does have an educational outreach specialist who does go to high schools in particular to reach out, and they coordinate the tours. So yes, we do have tours that visit the Sand Island facility to show what we do, as well as reaching out to undergraduate students to kind of just showcase that this is what, you know, you can do as a marine biologist or resource manager in Hawaii, and to also promote local kids to get interested in this field.
This coral, is it native only to Hawaii?
Which one? It's
Coral.
some is
Some is only-
25% of them is endemic to Hawaii. So all of our 65, 25%.
That's a great story for Kalani. So it's basically native only to Hawaii. I mean, right? And then the children that could go through your outreach could hear about all those programs. Then you come to people like us who work with you in agriculture. So if agriculture, if you looked at this, could you on a wide perspective consider it a farming operation because you're growing coral?
An interesting perspective. We never really think about it like that.
Well,
I
you
see
see
what
the
you're
lady
saying.
there in the red dress. You need to bring that idea to her and talk to her about it. She's actually working on a very wonderful project with us in ag. And if your coral, right, is going to take care of our reefs and our fish and our efforts, I could see that the people she's talking to would be very excited to incorporate that effort under an agricultural message of growing, right? Watch Jimmy Tokioka give me a heart feeling, slap my head. But wouldn't you think that that would be a different way to look out of the box, right? You're farming coral.
Yeah. And I think we've touched on that a little bit now that I think about it. You know, I think sort of the new lingo people are using nowadays is restorative aquaculture. That's kind of what we-
Regenerative.
Yeah.
It's a good word too. We like
And
to use that here.
So we do that with our
Aquaculture.
urchins. That's what we do with our urchins. That's a, more larger scale, but right now with our corals, we do have plans to expand. We do have an adjacent property that we plan to expand, but right now it's kind of more like small scale. And we're trying to, grow at a sustainable way. And actually this, there's been other opportunities of funding for our coral restoration place, but these fundings was big. And we never bite off more than we could chew. This 750 was right in the range that we thought that, okay, we can manage that and we can deliver, appropriately. Not multi-million kind dollars. I see Mr. Downing smiling over there, but something that we can manage. So that's why we really seriously looked at this one, and this is important for us. Yeah.
You have a great deal in our chair. She's amazing. She's working very well with us and ag. And I think this could be an opportunity for us to partner in agriculture with you in creating this opportunity, not only for education, but for something that's very native to us and taking care of it. So when you look at funding sources, aside from us, which I'm totally going to vote on, you should talk to people like Matson, Young Brothers, the divers, all of them who are out in our ocean and need to be sensitive, I think, to those kinds of issues that you are carrying. Because I think those companies would be very supportive of what you're trying to do on the ocean. We would be happy to introduce you to a few of them at Matson. Patrick would be love to talk to you. But I just wanted to bring those ideas up to you to not only think about us in tourism, but I think there's a lot of opportunity in agriculture and aquaculture and opportunities of people that are out there making money off the fish and everything else. That would be happy to help you grow a good direction.
Ryan and Chelsea, you talk about the 65 coral species in Hawaii and 25% being, indigenous or endemic to Hawaii. So it's about 16 different species. What you're proposing, are you focusing on the endemic ones only? Because that would have interest, like I was just saying with Kalani, so that we're protecting our endemic corals compared to all the others that are also around. Was that in consideration of how you guys were thinking? And then when you talk about Limu Man, more inclusive than just the coral is the whole ecosystem, right? With the proper limu for the areas or the, the vana, like is the uni and different things. So just on your mana'o, I just wanted to hear your thoughts on that.
I'll let Chelsea go first.
So again, just kind of going back to focusing on our reef building species. So the top four, out of the top four, there's about one that's endemic. So to say that we're only going to be outplanting endemic corals would be incorrect. But there are endemic corals that do contribute to our reefs. So we would include endemic species.
So you're saying out of the four, you're thinking about one that's going to be endemic of the
One
four
would be
major
endemic,
ones.
but we would still grow the other species as well, because those are the foundations that form our reefs.
The Parades Evermana is the one I think so she's referring to, and that's the one we did in Hanauma. So we get experience with that particular species. It's a brown lobe coral, but it's only found in Hawaii.
It's actually photoed right in the center.
Oh, that's the
That's
one.
actually,
Okay, yeah. And when it comes to other stuff like urchins, yeah, that's the kind of stuff we're considering, you know what I mean, to help, because limu, it has a right place and in a right environment, but sometimes it kind of, invasive species, and what we do with water quality, it grows where it maybe shouldn't. And so maybe urchins is a way to help us, maintain or keep down the limu from overgrowing the coral. And as far as other like stuff, there's this one thing called coralline crustose algae. It's an algae, but it's calcified, and it's so like if you go like down to the ocean and like on a rough spot and the rock is pink, that's the CCA. That's the coralline crustose algae, and that's an important component of our reefs even along our coastlines. This is like the precursor to corals, where corals seek out this CCA, this algae, to settle on. So those techniques we're working on. Like I don't think so. Nobody in the world does CCA restoration yet.
not yet.
Yeah. So we playing with that, and we're trying to figure it out, but we're not there yet. So we thinking about the other parts too, for sure.
Historically, from our first meetings with DLNR, and I'm very clear about DLNR because I served on the land board. So my gut is telling me this is a rush job. My gut is telling me that the information that I got today, I was supposed to have weeks ago, because that's when you said you would bring it to me as our last meeting. You both have very good passion, and it's hard for me to put the passion aside because I believe in the passion. But I don't believe that coming to us at this time to make us hurry to decide when you don't even know what area you want to do it at. And remember, this started off as a Waikiki snorkel trail. So it switched, and it switched because you really didn't want a snorkel trail. You wanted to restore coral, and I get it. And I believe in it. But I also believe that if we're gonna put ourselves out for $750,000, that there should be more definitive of where you're gonna do it, what you're gonna do, and how you're gonna do it. Because this is a money that has to be used up by 2026. Is that right, Caroline? Okay, if not, it reverts back to the government, and we as HC are responsible at that point to give back the money. So for me, if it gets to a vote today, I'm going to ask to defer it. I'm going to ask to come back, pick a spot, show us why that's the spot, and what you're going to do with the 4 corals that you're planning to do. Now, Mark Hickson tried to grow coral in Waikiki. What type did he try to grow there on the cinder blocks?
So
Do you know?
I think so. It was like 60 feet around. So you're asking that how deep?
No. I was asking what type.
Oh, what type? I think so was a bunch. A lot of it was Passalapora, the ones that he showed the most success with, so the branching kind.
Is that the same one he also grew in Hanauma Bay?
No.
He did a different one there?
We grew varieties.
No, but he had
Oh, he had,
He came to the land board.
yeah, I
for
don't know
two
too much
different
about this.
blocks.
Yeah, I know he got two of those places, I don't know about the Hanamo Bay one too much, to tell the truth.
So it'd be good to know what types of coral, because did he have success in Waikiki?
He did have success in Waikiki, but the things that he was doing was a little bit different. So he just grabbed the coral and just, one broken coral on the reef,
Glued
and he
it.
grabbed them and he just put them on like that. You know what I mean? And he grow like that. Ours one is a little bit different, that technique of grabbing corals and just putting them on the reef like that, there's pros and cons to that. You know what I mean? Some people like that because, it's you're just taking something and gluing them, but some people see that coral that is lying on the ground as a resource too. You know what I mean? It's also creating like habitat by itself. And I'm not saying one is right or one is wrong, but different is different, I guess. You know what I mean?
No,
We-
no, I get it. I
yeah.
was more interested in what type he was because he started to do something,
Mhm.
right? So again, for me, it's come back to me, pick a spot.
Yeah.
And
I-
what you're gonna do. Again, I'm just one of 12 board members. So pick a spot, what you're gonna do, because I still believe it's rushed. In getting to the outcome, because even if you pick a spot today. You still have to write it up. You still have to get it. To get board approval to the DLNR. And so you've got these processes you gotta follow. And not picking a spot and throwing three out there. For them to have to pick a spot. I'm sure they'll take the same thorough reach on it. Just again, that's just my input. Thank you.
And I appreciate your input, but and I think so we talked about this at our meeting, it's we as government, we always get blamed or like, oh, you guys didn't already choose already, you guys didn't already decide already, why are you guys even coming to us, why are you guys even engaging us? And so this one, we kind of wanted to step back and kind of not decide on a spot already. You know what I mean? So I say, okay, maybe these 3 spots, maybe this, maybe that. And we want to let the stakeholder engagement unfold and play out and integrate it in a real way, not just to check a box. You know what I mean?
No, I totally agree with it, but the only problem is you have a time constraint. That's the problem, right? If you didn't have a time constraint, I'm all for going forward to understand it. But you're under a deadline, right?
Yeah, we get to 2026. And I think sort of the permitting and the approvals is I think so. Chelsea, I know you did some massive research on that, so maybe she can talk about that a little bit because you mentioned going to the board, but I don't think so. We got to do that.
Yeah, so it's recent conversations with OCCL. Our structures that we're putting out are not considered artificial reefs, although they are grown on concrete because it is 100% covered in coral. At the time we put them out, we only really need an OCCL site plan approval, which basically just makes sure that we have landowners approval. But it is submerged waters. So as far as going to the board, to our knowledge, we do not need to go to the board for outpunting something between 42 centimeters and 1 meter. So that helps with the permitting process and the time, to get
You're saying
further
that
approval.
total structure has to be covered. How long does it take to cover a total structure?
1 year.
1 year?
Yeah, that's correct.
So are you gonna be starting to cover a structure before you pick out a spot?
I can speak on this one. No. So the way the project timeline was planned would be an entire year dedicated to the planning process, which is the stakeholder meetings. The reason we cannot start growing the corals until we pick a site is because we want to make sure we grow the correct corals. Not every coral species occurs at every site equally, but considering Dar's Coral Nursery is able to grow these structures within 1 year, we have a little buffer with the planning in determining our final site.
Okay, so planning, 1 year. What's the cost?
It's gonna take some cost. Yeah, it's gonna cost like, for me, I civil service, so it's not no additional fees, but it all depends on how extensive, how many meetings we're gonna have, how many,
Okay,
so
so
it's
now,
gonna cost money.
year 2, you're gonna start to plant coral on these structures.
No, it would be, yeah. Plant corals on the structures, not
Right.
on the reef. Yes.
So how much is that gonna cost?
It's gonna cost our staff. Yeah. I think so. We have a budget in the proposal, right? What?
We have a drawdown frequency over a period of 3 sections, but the actual how much exactly is going to go to what section, we don't have at the moment right now.
So that's another reason for me to defer until the board gets the information, because you're asking for $750,000. Thank you.
So an itemized budget is what you're looking for. That would help.
We should know because it's a timeline, money, because that money can also be used for other HTA things. And maybe we only give you 500,000 because that's all you really need. That's all. That's why my point on this is. Thank you.
Member Downey, if I may, as your vice chair for Okawa, perhaps as a way forward, Chelsea and Ryan can email us requesting exactly what our committee wants to have in advance. We can receive that, review it, and then we'll have a whole Okawa meeting to pre-review. Is that acceptable? Mahalo.
Just a quick comment, or do you want to go? Thank you for coming, and in theory and what you presented, I definitely support the things that you're doing. And I think just for me, as like Keone said, as one board member, I think to support what he said, when it was presented as a Waikiki snorkel, that was an issue for me. And so it's not so much, I get it. It would be nice to have a place picked out, but if there was a place excluded, maybe that would even be, maybe be even easier for me to get on board on it in a quicker fashion, because that's sort of a, as a stakeholder in a few of those, or a community member in a few of those spots. I live in Maunalua, or not in the Bay, but in that area. I'm much more okay with that than I am with Waikiki. And I also I also play and work in Waikiki. So to that regard, I think this a little bit of the way it was marketed to us, why it feels rushed. Also, a key factor was put in there that if we approve the money and Waikiki is selected, that would be a big problem for me. So that would be a reticent for me to vote as well. Not saying that the others don't have good arguments for or against, and same with Waikiki, but just as one board member speaking, those are kind of sticking points for me to hold my ground as well. And I don't remember, and again, could be my fault, I don't remember us talking about dive sites. It felt like snorkel. And if I heard originally dive sites, for a select amount of people coming from a boat into an outer area versus people just floating around Waikiki, that would have been a little bit different for me as well. So I just wanted to share my perspective, and also, reiterate that what you're doing is amazing and very supportive of it, and thankful that we have people like you doing that. So I just wanted to share that.
I'd appreciate if if it comes to you revising your proposal to us, if you took some of what you heard and observed earlier with the Kauai community's utilization of HTA support, you could work with Carolyn and come up with a conceptualization of how DLNR could develop their community interaction so that community is aware of the benefits of HTA support, DLNR's involvement, and that it has some sort of immediate tangible benefit to these users of the resource. I think that this is a good program to support independent of tourism. I think that conceptually this is a good thing to do, and I think it's important in and of itself. But the fact that it has utilization within our greater economy, political economy, as well as our economic economy, our financial economy, is why you're here. It's why we have this money. And so if you could develop that, I think that would be an easier view for this board to consider.
Any other questions? Any other board members? Does that sound good that we defer this, or do you want to take a vote on that? I mean, seems like everybody's, okay, Caroline, you have any thoughts?
So, yeah, I'd be happy to go back to the Ho'okahua committee and share out another revised proposal. And just to address member Ching's comments. So yeah, they originally did propose a snorkel trail. And so their revised proposal is the dive site.
And maybe even at that time, I don't know how much, but you could probably pull out how much we've from HTA's point, have we invested for Kauai, on that end, because that gives us some perspective too of the funding and what we're doing.
On
But we-
Kauai for,
For what was discussed, out in Haena,
okay.
because if like how Jim is saying that's a good model to use, but maybe that helps give some perspective. And I know Ryan and Chelsea, their specialist is certain, but might need some cocoa where other people are involved in this more than their end. But I just want to make sure that whatever we do is Pono is the right pathway forward for all of us collectively. So if that's not too much trouble, and then again, I know me and Keone or Mahina and then the whole Kahua, whenever you need to meet again, like last time, happy to meet to discuss in person, or I think you offered for us to go look at you guys growing the core and everything. I mean, always eager to learn more and then see if we can find a pathway forward together. But we really appreciate all you guys, your passion and everything, and like to see more limu going out there, but that's okay too, but appreciate everything. So mahalo.
Quick, just Caroline, for clarification, when was it marketed, or I don't know if that's the right word, as dive versus snorkel tour?
Oh, that's what we're bringing forward to you today. Is the
Oh, okay.
revised
Yeah,
proposal.
all right.
think
I was
it's
just,
first time for
I
all
was
of
just
us.
making sure I didn't fall asleep during that presentation.
First time for all of us.
Okay, that makes more sense. I felt like that was,
I'm
a
sorry,
good reason to
yeah,
defer.
And I apologize. So I just brought this to the board because it was from our last board meeting, the follow-up. Yeah.
Okay, mahalo. Thanks, Ryan. Thank you, Chelsea. Thanks, Caroline. Okay, agenda item number 11, which was a report of the Legislative Permitted Interaction Group on the 2023 legislative session, is going to be deferred, so we'll have it at the next board meeting, right, Jim?
Yeah, thank you for your patience, Chair.
No, thank you. And then we'll go to agenda item number 12, and that's the discussion on the HTA board composition. I know that was inquired from something, so I asked John Cole just to share, and he provides some information also. You go to the head. I might have to go to the head too, but let's take a 6-minute break and then we'll get ready. Ugh.
Thank you. Daniel asked if I could just do a quick presentation on a couple of issues he's been getting questions about. So I'll do that. I'll just take a few minutes. Most of the materials I put in that packet are just laws or opinion letters and things like that for reference for you. I'll refer to some of them, but maybe not others. But if you have any questions, feel free to ask me here at the meeting or reach out afterwards. That's fine too. But the first question had to do with the board composition, and the session previous to the last one in 2022, the legislature added a board member. Well, they didn't add a board member. They amended the statute 201B2 to include as a board member the DBED director as an ex officio voting member. But if the I'm sorry, your statute also provides for board members a holdover provision, which on that first handout in subsection C of the statute, it just gives the 4-year terms. Members can't serve more than 8 years, but it provides further that each member shall hold office until the member's successor is appointed and qualified. And then if you look at the acts where they added the DBED director as a member, but did not increase the number of members of the board, that the amendments in section 4 of the bill, which is on page 6, says the amendments that they made in the bill shall apply to any vacancy of the board. And then, I'm sorry, applies to any vacancy of the board that occurs on or after the effective date of the act. So the problem with that is there's the holdover provision. So there's 3 members whose terms officially ended last June, or the end of last June, and they're holdover members now. But because of the holdover provision, there's not a board vacancy. There were some questions on other boards similar to this, but they had to do with interim appointments. So what the law has kind of progressed so far, it hasn't addressed this specific issue, but if there is a holdover member, the governor can appoint a new member. So for instance, in our situation, the governor could have appointed either an interim member or nominated somebody during the legislative session to be reviewed and vetted by the Senate. But he did not. So there still isn't a vacancy because of the holdover issue, but the governor still has, the right to appoint an interim member or a new member. I'm assuming he may not have done so last session because of the situation and wasn't sure what was going to happen with HTA and the board itself. But he would still have the ability to appoint interim members to replace the holdovers if he so chose to do so. But the thing is, with 3 holdover members, I mean, if he were going to do appointments, then that would be for his appointees. But the question is, how do we get the law that includes the DBED director as a vacancy? So I think I mean, it would be up to a board member to either step down, or I'm not sure if the governor can pick one to ask to leave and then the DBED director would fill that spot. That's not clear at all. And we would need to, kind of do a very thorough legal analysis if that was the desire to do so.
So John, technically, if the governor reappoints someone before the next legislative session to take the place of the holdovers, there's no vacancy.
Right.
Right?
Right.
Right.
So,
So there's
again,
only a
no
vacancy if
place for the
somebody
DBED director to
quits
fill in.
or, right, or,
Right.
or if somebody quits or resigns or gets ousted or something like that, right? So
Yeah.
interesting. That's an
So
interesting dilemma.
And I mean, Greg Kinkley, the attorney before me, looked at these issues, and we were encouraging the other previous DBED director to maybe introduce a bill to fix the legislation, or at least make it clear what the process should be, but it wasn't done. So Okay, and besides that, there was just a couple of questions about, the board's authorities as compared, like with the DBED director and what kind of authority does the DBED director have over HTA or not? And I just referred to the state statute, chapter 26, section 35, which goes over the administrative supervision of boards and commissions, and that's in your packet. You can look at it. It basically says that, the head of the department does a lot of administrative things like, the budget request has to go up through the DBED director in your case, and then to budget and finance and stuff like that. They also deal with, supplies and equipment in the normal course and allocate space and things like that. But I will point out that 2635A8 does state that except for the things set forth above there, the head of the department doesn't have the power to supervise or control a board or commission in the exercise of their functions and duties. And there was a further question about, I guess, HTA employees and whether the board needs to approve, if there's changes in their, work job descriptions or salaries or things like that. And I got this question last night, so I didn't put anything in the packet, but there is a section that addresses this in the HTA statute, and it's I just wanted to point out it's 201B3, where it describes the HTA's powers in general, and subsection A7 talks about, or it states that through its president and chief executive officer, it can provide for the appointment of officers, agents, and employees subject to approval of the board, prescribing their duties, qualifications, and fixing salary. So I would advise, even if it's, the job descriptions or salaries or things like that, that the board, be notified and then have a vote to approve. And I think that's all the specific questions I had, but if anybody has.
John, yeah. In regards to 3334, notwithstanding section 4, where it identifies the filling of a vacancy in the HTA board with the DBED director as an ex officio voting member. If we have holdover members, the governor can choose to replace any one of those holdover members with that same DBED director, correct?
I think he could, well, somebody has to make that call. I would, think the governor would do it.
Yeah, okay. I just,
Right.
I mean, it doesn't seem to be a problem without a solution or an issue without a resolution. It's inherent in his powers.
I think so. I mean, if you can call it a vacancy, it's
It's not a vacancy.
It's kind of
not a vacancy.
It's a holdover, and that's not a vacancy.
Yeah.
right.
And that's simply his prerogative. At any time, he can appoint anyone to replace a vacancy. I'm sorry, a holdover member. The issue is, of course, qualified, which can't occur unless the Senate's in session. But that doesn't keep the appointee from taking that position on an interim basis.
Well, part of the rub on it is that as an ex officio member, you're not an appointee. Ex officio is like by self-execution.
By the
Sorry,
nature of
by the
status,
nature of you
your
being a
office.
director.
By status of office,
Yeah.
yes. But we also know from previous AG opinions, the Long Chin opinion, that qualified is not a preventative from taking the position.
No.
All right.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, mahalo, John. Really appreciate that.
Sure.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Exhaustive support of your business. Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna head to agenda number 13. but before we go there, and just so everybody knows what we're gonna be talking about, that's a presentation, discussion, action on FY 2024 operating fund request. But before we go there, I just wanted to recognize that we would not even be here today without the commitment of, Governor Josh Green, Lieutenant Governor Sylvia Luke, House Speaker Scott Psyche, Senate President Ron Colchi, Senate Ways and Means Chair Donovan Dela Cruz, House Finance Chair Kyle Yamashita, Senate EE Chair Linda Coit, and House Tourism Chair Sean Quinlan, because they're committed to finding a pathway to fund HTA's important work in destination management and visitor education, and working closely with their staff as well as our DBED Director, Jimmy Tokioka, and Budget and Finance Director, Louis Salavari, to operationalize the funding mechanism. We also would not be here without the outpouring of support from the community and industry we serve, and want to especially recognize, Mayor Mitch Roth of Hawaii County, Mayor Rick Bisson of Maui County, Mayor Rick Blangiardi of City and County of Honolulu, and as we heard earlier today, their letters, Mayor Derek Kawakami of Kauai County, for lending their voices in support of the many actions and destination stewardship happening in their counties, and the outpouring of aloha from organization from the U.S. Travel Association in Washington, D.C., to Hawaiian civic clubs across the islands, industry groups, Kama'aina businesses, and individuals who value our work has been heartening to all of us. So I just wanted to publicly recognize it on behalf of the board, before we head into our executive session. And we're going to need a motion, but, this motion is requesting a motion to enter into an executive session pursuant to 92-5A8, which allows boards to enter executive session to discuss matters that require consideration of information that must be kept confidential pursuant to law and or 201B-4A, which allows HTA to meet in executive session to receive information that is necessary to protect Hawaii's competitive advantage as a visitor destination. So at this time, I'd like to ask if we can have a motion for that.
Chair.
Second,
Second.
Elia,
Discussion,
David?
yeah, we're gonna be discussing some active and proposed contracts and modifying them, so those things qualify, under the statute, right, as under competitive advantage, correct?
Things that should be,
In executive session.
yeah, things that should be confidential as a matter of law. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mahalo, David. Ely?
Chair Cam,
Aye, Mahalo.
Vice Chair White,
Aye.
Member Agoss,
Aye.
Member Arakawa,
Aye.
Member Ching,
Aye.
Member Downey,
Aye.
Member Paishan Duarte,
Aye.
Member Iona,
Aye.
Member McCully,
Aye.
Member Menor McNamara is excused. Member after, Member Zane.
Aye.
Okay, motion
Yes.
carries, Chair.
Mahalo, Ely. We're gonna we're gonna do 5.5 minutes, and try to get right back into this thing, just so we can try.
Okay, so
Wow.
board members who are joining us on Zoom, please use the other link that you have been emailed and join us over there. Mahalo nui.
Ever. What, you getting footless? Why? People not entertaining you enough, huh? What's the matter? Yeah. What's the matter? Huh? What? Hmm?
Okay, aloha and mahalo for all your patience while we were in executive session. John, would you like to speak, or Daniel?
No, I was just talking about the reason we went to executive session was to discuss our operating funds request pursuant to the budget bill, House Bill 300, Section 5. And
Mahalo,
Yeah.
John. The staff would like to request a motion to approve the fiscal year 2024 operating funds request as presented in executive session. And it will be transmitted to the Budget and Finance Department pursuant to HB 300.
So move, Chair.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, Ely?
Chair Cam,
Aye, mahalo, Ely.
Vice Chair White.
Aye.
Member Agas,
Aye.
Member Arakawa is excused. Member Ching,
Aye.
Member Downing,
Aye.
Member Paishan Duarte is excused. Member Iona is excused. Member McCully is excused. Member Minor McNamara is excused. Member Rafter. Member Zane. Oh, Member Zane, we can't hear you. He's online.
Steve, right on, Steve. Hey, you. How you gonna sing? Aye.
Aye.
Hey,
Motion carries.
Sing.
Yep. Sorry about that.
No. Smoke ain't sure you know people easy.
Motion carries, Chair.
Mahalo, everybody. Aloha.